I'm actually going to hand over the welcome address for this conference. As you know, our theme is centered on international collaboration. So it gives me great pleasure, and it's a huge honor to have CERN's Director of International Relations, Charlotte Lindberg-Warakaule, deliver the opening and welcome address. So thank you so much, Charlotte.
Thank you so much, Cameron, and of course the honor and the pleasure is entirely mine. And I stand here, of course, on behalf of the CERN management, and it's really a privilege for me to welcome all of you on behalf of the CERN Directorate to this open science fair that takes place here for the first time at our new Education and Outreach Center, the CERN Science Gateway. It was inaugurated just a couple of years ago, and we are particularly proud to be able to host you in such an emblematic location. And we hope very much that you will take the opportunity over the coming days to also visit the exhibitions and join in the activities that take place here, of course, without in any way, shape, or form skipping out of any sessions of the conference. Very, very important. Now, the Science Gateway, as you have seen, is an iconic building. It really embodies, encapsulates our mission and also our values here at CERN. And you can see this in the architecture of the building, which evokes, in particular, the CERN particle accelerators. You will have seen the tubes as you were coming. But a very key feature of this building is the bridge that goes across and connects all the different individual spaces of this building complex. And this really serves as a symbol of the inseparable link between science and society. And open science really also serves as such a bridge between the science that we do and the society that we serve, bringing results of research to the public domain, enabling this research and enabling the results to drive progress for everybody. Sharing science through openness is in its own right a powerful accelerator at a societal level. And this power and this potential of open science is captured in the theme that you see right here of the conference, Fusing Forces, Accelerating Open Science Through Collaboration. And we're therefore particularly delighted to be joining forces in delivering this conference through a partnership with OpenAIR, which is a key partner focused on ensuring permanent, open, scholarly communication infrastructure to support European research. The values of open science are enshrined in our CERN Convention, our founding document, which was drafted in the early 1950s. It's a truly visionary document. And open science now underpins the collaborative ethos of CERN as the world's flagship particle physics laboratory, which has a community of over 17,000 researchers of more than 110 nationalities. And with the development of the World Wide Web here at CERN and releasing the source code in the public domain, we realized in a very compelling way the transformative potential of open science practices in accelerating science and advancing human progress. And since then, CERN has made a myriad of contributions to the global open science movement. So you will bear with me as I mention just a couple of examples. The Scope 3 collaboration has transformed scholarly publishing in the discipline to a global public good. It enables barrier-free open access to research papers now for over a decade. The CERN Open Data Portal hosts over 5 petabytes of data with volumes to scale rapidly in the coming years. Also operating for over 11 years now, Zenodo, which was also established through a collaboration with OpenAIR, has now become the world's foremost open research repository. and serves the needs of millions of researchers worldwide across multiple scientific disciplines. The CERN Open Source Program Office, which was established just a couple of years ago in 2023, helps to ensure that key software and hardware contributions are made publicly available in ways that further enhance their scientific potential. And in 2022, CERN formalized open science as a key organizational priority through the CERN Open Science Policy, and the organization has since then established a governance structure in order to ensure the continued engagement of the community and of open science practitioners across the CERN experiments so that we can accelerate our scientific mission and, of course, the impact on the world around us. And the CERN Open Science Policy benefited greatly from the partnership with the open science community, with many of you, which is why this conference is so important and so precious to us. It's also particularly important because today we can announce the publication of the first CERN Open Science report, which provides an overview of the progress that has been made towards implementation of this special policy. And the report is available on the CERN Open Science website. We hope it can inspire others, and we also, of course, look forward to any feedback that you may have on the report. And while open science is powerful in its potential for societal impact of research, it cannot be taken for granted. In a complex geopolitical context that we all find ourselves in, it needs to be nurtured and it needs to be promoted. It needs to be done so constructively, without naivety, to unlock its full potential. That requires community, it requires commitment, and it requires creativity. And all of you participating here represent that collective commitment, and you bring that creativity to the exchanges. And the creativity is also very much evident in the agenda itself, which is designed to generate innovation and fresh thinking. So I want to conclude with a big and a very warm thank you to the organizers who have made the Open Science Fair possible, to all the speakers, the moderators for sharing their insights and for leading the discussions, but most of all, thank you to all of you for participating, for being part of this collective endeavor, for your commitment to open science as a value and as a modus operandi for research in the service of society. We are confident, we're hopeful, but also confident that this conference will be an opportunity for sharing of ideas that can really help to advance open science. And thanks to all of you for making that possible. Once again, a very warm welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlotte. And just to say, you can access the inaugural CERN Open Science Report, which covers our progress on implementation of open science activities for the years 2023 and 2024. I'm going to hand over to my co-chair, Inge. Please come on ahead.
Thank you, Cameron. Hi, everyone. Now, on behalf of OpenAir as well, co-organizer of the Open Science Fair 2025, I am delighted to welcome you to CERN. It has been stated before, this is a place that truly symbolizes international collaboration and openness, and we have been partners for quite some years, OpenAir and CERN, to advance open science in Europe. Now, OpenAir is a non-profit membership organization, and we are dedicated to advancing open scholarship and making research more findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, reproducible, and accountable. Our mission is guided by the belief that science should be open, inclusive, and participatory. So together with our community, we work to build participatory infrastructure, develop services by and for researchers, and ensure no one is left behind. That is a very crucial part of our vision. These values matter more than ever. In a world facing tension and division, the principles of transparency, critique, and reproducibility, as also echoed in the UNESCO's recommendation on open science, must guide us. Open science is not only technical, it is transformative, and it can reduce inequalities, foster trust, and accelerate progress towards sustainable development goals, for example. At the same time, challenges like research security and data sovereignty remind us that openness is not guaranteed. In this shifting landscape, open science must remain a bridge, an important bridge, uniting communities, nations, and disciplines. This is why our theme of this conference is so timely: fusing forces, accelerating open science through collaboration. This is at the heart of our community. So true progress requires cooperation across borders and fields, and CERN and Open Air embody that spirit. So let us use this conference to learn from one another and advance a more open, equitable, and collaborative research ecosystem, talk to each other, discuss, and share nice moments here in this beautiful weather, here in CERN, in the globe, here, and maybe in the city center. So thanks a lot for being here, and with that, I hand over to you again, Cameron.
Okay, so formalities out of the way. We can now get into some of the fun stuff. And just remember, this is a fair. So the idea is that this is supposed to be a fun event. So you all are familiar with our conference team. I just want to share some statistics around the participation. So we have 375 participants, 139, so that's about 38% of the participants are actually making contributions in this conference in some different form, whether as a speaker, as a panel participant, delivering individual presentations, demos, workshops. There's a whole array of different activities here. So please, engage with one another. We have intentionally made the breaks somewhat on the longer side for conferences, so coffee breaks are 45 minutes, lunches are an hour and a half. We hope you'll use those to use that time to interact with one another and be social. And if you find yourself with no one to talk to, I'm always available. So come over and say hi. As a breakdown of affiliations, a large portion of you are from higher education institutions, but we have great representations from research institutions, funders, infrastructure providers, learned societies. Our fabulous program committee identified certain conference tracks which we believe resonate with some of the major issues that we see going on in open science at the moment. And so these are, you can all read, hopefully, so I don't need to read them out to you. But we have a pretty diverse program. For today, we'll all be in plenary, so we'll all be in this room, but in subsequent days, we'll be breaking out and moving into different sessions and into different workshops, and we'll save the logistics and the movement descriptions for those days. But for today, we're all in here. I have to give immediate credit, and actually, for any of you who have been registering or interacting with any of the organizers, you'll recognize the fabulous work by two people in particular, Merton Delkemper from CERN and Marilee Andriopoulou. If I could please ask you to give them a big round of applause. Come on up. Don't be shy. Come on up. Thank you. I think you should feel that the length of that applause is an additional recognition of your amazing work. So I'm going to...
for after.
We are, but so far, so good, and you've been amazing. So I'm going to actually hand over now to Merton to run through some housekeeping.
Yes. So, yes, thank you for the warm applause. So, as you've already seen during your lunch, you've been around here already for a few hours. Some of you might have just arrived. There will always be people with these orange badges. So this is the first important rule of housekeeping. If you have any question, if you need anything, just talk to us. So that's Marilee and me. We are the main conference organizers, but we have a whole team of volunteers which all wear these orange badges and which are there to help you. And if you don't find anyone going around, there's always someone down at the registration desk. Or if we really don't find anyone, we also have an email address. Most of you have already used that before. So just to keep you oriented, you've already been around here as well. We have a few locations. So at the moment, we are in the Science Gateway Auditorium A, which is one of 3 auditoriums we have at this conference. Today, everything will take place in this room. We will talk tomorrow about the 2 other rooms. And if you need, food in the breaks is served in the globe. Most of you have already made use of that. It's actually served in both floors, so if you've only explored the ground floor of the globe, there's also an upper floor which you can explore later. So some more the dry stuff. First of all, you already know, please always wear your conference badge to get access to the Science Gateway and to the globe. As I said, lunch, coffee, and the cocktail tonight will be in the globe on 2 floors. And please keep the food and drinks over there. Don't take any food and drinks here. As Charlotte mentioned in the beginning, this is a very new building, and we want to keep it new and fresh. So we had some question about the water fountains. We just got the message that they are on their way. So hopefully very soon you will also find water around here in the buildings. And if you need a bottle to make use of that, there will be branded OSFair bottles at the registration desk after this session. And then about demos and posters, they will also be in the globe. On the ground floor, you will find the demo sessions. They will take place tonight at the reception and all the coffee breaks over the next 2 days. And the poster session will take place tonight at the reception, but the posters will stay there during the whole conference. Then the dinner we will have tomorrow evening for those of you who signed up. If you don't remember if you signed up, it's on your badge written at the bottom, very small. And yeah, for the dinner, please bring your badge and your lanyard. You will need it. Then one thing we were asked to mention, you will get a 10% discount at the CERN shop if you need a souvenir. And you also get a 20% discount on the Geneva City Pass, where you will find more information on that on the conference website. More about the content of the conference. First of all, hello also to the online audience. I just saw we have about 20 people watching us. So there will be live streams of every session in this room, but the sessions also of the other auditoriums will be recorded and will be made available through CERN's video portal. And all the conference material, presentation, slides, etc. will be made available over Zenodo. And of course, you will hear a lot about Zenodo as well during this conference in various ways. Then about photos and communication. There's a photographer and a videographer around at the conference. So that means you will also appear on some of these photos. If you haven't done so, there are photo consent forms at the registration desk. Please make sure to sign or say that you don't consent to appear, then we will arrange that as well. If you want to communicate to the outside world about this conference, please do so and use the hashtag OSFair 2025 via LinkedIn, Blue Sky, Mastodon. These are our official channels. And last but not least, a bit of a serious topic. We have a code of conduct for this conference. It's available on the conference website. If you encounter any issues about this, please feel free to reach out, either directly to the conference chairs, Inge and Kamran, also via their personal email addresses. They are linked on these slides, or via the generic conference emails. Be aware they are may be read by several people. So if there's a sensitive topic, go directly to the chairs. And with that, I hand back to Kamran.
Thank you, Merton. Charming as always. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote talk of the conference. And her list of achievements is so extensive, it would take me the rest of the afternoon to get through it. So just very briefly, I'm going to introduce Dr. Alexa McRae, who is professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and at the Department of Medicine, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. She's the former director of the Lister Hill National Center for Biomedical Communications, an intramural research division of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, and she has made a myriad of contributions to open science and open science infrastructure over the course of her career, and it's a huge honor to welcome Dr. Alexa McRae to the stage.
Good afternoon.
There's a glass of water right there.
Thank you.
I can bring it.
Thank you. Water in case I need it. I promise not to have a fainting spell. I am going to be talking to you today. And first of all, I would like to say it's an honor to be here. And I would like to thank the organizers and the directors and so on for inviting me. It is indeed a special place. I arrived on Saturday all bleary-eyed, and wonderful Melton was standing at the airport with a nice sign that said, Alexa T. McRae. I said, oh, yes, thank you. And I have come to love the cafeteria that's across from the CERN Hotel. I've spent many hours there over this weekend, read several books, which I can tell you about as we go on. And I would like to make this fun. As Cameron said, I have actually been thinking about these issues for a long time, and you'll see how long in a minute, and I'll point that out in a second. But I am going to be talking about reimagining scientific culture. So what the heck is scientific culture? How do we define it? And fortunately, the wonderful Royal Society did it for me. So they say, they actually call it research culture. Scientific or research culture encompasses the behaviors, values, expectations, attitudes, and norms of our research communities. And the Royal Society is very well placed to do this. They've been in this business since 1665 with the Philosophical Transactions, actually the first scientific journal that was published. And the idea of it was to make the science that they were doing available. Now, albeit to a rather small and elite audience, which were the scientists, but hey, it's 1665, and let's give them some credit for doing that. They also, in 2018, and maybe some of you in the audience participated in this, hosted a series of workshops called Research Culture, Changing Expectations, and it was quite optimistic. It was quite collaborative, which is a word that we often hear and believe in. There were some nice guidelines there. If you haven't taken a look at it, it's worth taking a look at some of those reports. So scientific culture, I won't go all the way back to the picture that you see on the right, but it's true that scientific advancements, and in scientific advancements, I'm going to be including technological advancements, because certainly that is relevant for our age. So I don't actually make a distinction between those two for the purposes of this review. But the scientific advances do have and can have an impact on the scientific culture of the time. So I'm going to be taking a few of these. I won't go back much further than World War II, although I do have one example where I'm going back further than that. But I'm looking at some of the innovations that happened with World War II, the breakthroughs in genetics, the digital revolution, and then the innovations in response to the global pandemic that we all, most of us, lived through. And then now, currently, of course, the AI revolution. And I'll take these each in turn. So, World War II innovations. So I have the ENIAC computer here. And I actually originally had the Colossus computer, but in fact, and that was actually designed by Alan Turing. So those of you in the audience who are computer scientists know this very well. But the Colossus computer was created for a very specific purpose, and that was for code breaking, for the Germans to code break the Germans, and they were successful. But it wasn't made openly available, that talked about even until the mid-1970s. So instead I've put the ENIAC, which was talked about and made openly available, not completely openly available, but certainly talked about in 1946, just after the war. But it was, the reason it is often seen as one of the first computers is because it was a general purpose programmable computer. It was used during the war for ballistic trajectories, for calculating ballistic trajectories and so on. But so often, if you look at history of computer science, the ENIAC computer is mentioned. Then in physics, of course, in the early 1940s, General Leslie Groves recruited J. Robert Oppenheimer. And of course, if you didn't know about Oppenheimer before a few years ago, you got to know him pretty well with the movie that was made of which I thought was actually a wonderful movie. I enjoyed it very much. Watched it straight through in 3 hours. Some people decided to stream it and watch it later, but I'll talk a little bit more about Oppenheimer in a moment. And then in medicine, lots of discoveries, but penicillin was one of the ones that had far-reaching effects. And in fact, Fleming had sort of discovered the uses of penicillin earlier in 1928. And what's great about Fleming is that he made his mold openly available, so he shared. And I think you should be listening throughout my talk to cases where actually there's been a lot of sharing going on in science right from the beginning, actually. So he shared openly, but it didn't catch on until the war, when all of a sudden there was a huge need for penicillin for the troops who were, and this poster is just an iconic poster of, I wouldn't be alive except for penicillin. So it was seen as a miracle drug. And often when these things are, and this is true for drugs in general, but certainly something like a breakthrough drug like penicillin treatment, like penicillin, it was seen as a miracle drug. And just think about a few years ago when we looked at miracle vaccines. And it turns out that there's actually a lot of science that goes on before it's recognized by the public and used by the public. So that's also something to keep in mind. So this is why I say that I've been thinking about this for quite a while. I'll tell you in a second. But I see I think that it's extremely important for us as scientists to recognize that we have a responsibility to society. And that's already come up in some of the introductory discussions that we've heard here. Now, it's interesting that Oppenheimer's speech to his colleagues, his farewell speech to his colleagues, actually doesn't quite acknowledge that. So I'll let you read it. I can't read it easily, but if you're a scientist, you believe that it's good to find out how the world works, that it's good to find out what the realities are, that it's good to turn over to mankind at large the greatest possible power to control the world and to deal with it according to its lights and its values. So in other words, not really my responsibility, but you'll see that later on, right after the war, he actually did He was worrying about it, of course, during the war as well. But he then took on a leadership role in the Atomic Energy Commission, which was looking at regulating and seeing what it is that could be done. But the reason I have the physicists here, this is actually a copy of my personal book. And if you can squint, and maybe it shows up in the large screen, you can see how much it cost. In 1968, I bought it. It was $1.75. This is beginning to date me, I suppose. I have been thinking about these issues for a long time. This book, if you haven't read it, and of course Friedrich Dürrenmatt is Swiss, and he wrote this book as a satirical play, and it involves 3 physicists, 2 of whom are, well, they're all supposed to be crazy. In the end, it turns out that none of them is actually crazy. 2 of them are spies, and one of them is actually a real physicist. And he's the one whose quote I have right here. But one said that, he was actually Newton, and the other one said that he was actually Einstein. And the only reason they pretended to be insane was so they could get at the research of this fictional character called Möbius in the play. So I reread it all these many years later, and it's delightful. So again, if you have a chance, I didn't bring my copy, otherwise I would lend it to you, but you can find it. So, as this quote says, is that Möbius says, I have this, the reason I'm here is because I want to keep my invention from getting out there and causing great devastation in the world. So interesting, again. Now here is Robert Maxwell. So for those of you who don't know him, he's part of the reason we're in the mess that we're in right now. So Robert Maxwell, together with Eugene Garfield, and I didn't put anything on about Eugene Garfield here, but I'll get to him in a second. But after the war, Robert Maxwell, who was an entrepreneur and he wasn't a scientist, he saw an opportunity. And he said, hey, there's all this incredible science that's happened as a result of the war, during the war, and as a result of the war. And there are all these scientists out there. I think I can make some money. And so what he did is he would wine and dine scientists, take them out to dinner, give them wonderful wines. He was a very suave and svelte individual. And he would then ask them to become editors-in-chief of the International Journal of X, whatever the field was. And it could be quite granular. And eventually what he did in 1951, I think, he created a press called the Pergamon Press. And at that moment, and then he later sold it to Elsevier, but at that moment, this is where we started turning over our copyright. This is why I say that's the mess that we're in, is that the scientists who felt really quite honored, and they're going to be the editor-in-chief of these journals, they said, oh, sure, you can have it. And now, you own it rather than me. And of course, as the author, I should own the copyright. The reason I bring up Eugene Garfield is he's the one who's responsible for the other big problem which we have, which is the impact factor. So he was a librarian, if you like. He was a linguist. He wanted to index everything and understand citations, so he started the ISI. And not only was he indexing articles, but he was looking to see how many citations each article had, and that's how that whole impact factor got started. And I'm not going to go on about the impact factor, but you catch me in a break and you'll immediately make me have a bad mood, so let's move on. So genetics. Oh, and by the way, I lived through all of this. This is my lifetime. This is my life. This is my lifetime we're talking about. All of these things happen, except for actually the innovations in World War II. But shortly thereafter, this is my lifetime. And so the breakthroughs in genetics are amazing. Now, I wasn't alive in 1944, but Oswald Avery discovered that DNA was a material of which chromosomes are made. And Oswald Avery announced this in a letter to his brother Roy, as sort of an aside. How's the family? How are things going? I'm okay. Oh, and by the way, this is what I've been working on. And it's just wonderful. When I was at NIH, as Karen mentioned, I spent almost 20 years at NIH. And when I was there, one of the projects that I was involved in was we created something called Profiles in Science, where we digitized the papers, primarily of Nobel laureates of the late 20th century. And Oswald Avery was one of them, and we were going to start the collection with Joshua Lederberg, but we didn't because Joshua Lederberg said, look, I have a lot of Oswald Avery's papers and we can get them for you. I want him to be the first. I want you to launch the site with his paper. Reason being that he never got a Nobel Prize. That is, Oswald Avery, Joshua Lederberg felt that Oswald Avery should have gotten the Nobel Prize and never did. He was overlooked. So we tried to make that right. In 1953, the double helix structure of DNA was discovered, and the 1962 Nobel Prize went to Crick, Watson, and Wilkins. Rosalind Franklin was missing. Now, it's true she passed away in 1958, so and they don't do posthumous awards, but she was also not acknowledged. She was not acknowledged by the folks, these other three folks, and she was, in fact, a student of Wilkins, and she turned her data over to Wilkins. And Wilkins and Watson, who was, and I'll say this publicly, who was a misogynist, did not acknowledge her at any time. A little bit later, they sort of gave a grudging thing and saying, oh, well, you know, her data. Well, she's a crystallographer, and I'm here to say I put her picture up. There she is in her lab in the 1950s. She died quite young of ovarian cancer, but made enormous contribution. Without her images, these discoveries really couldn't have been made. They wouldn't have been made as quickly. The other example I wanted to give you was Barbara McClintock. So Barbara McClintock was born in 1902, and she wanted to study genetics at Cornell for her graduate studies. Well, guess what? The genetics department didn't accept female students at the time. She said, all right, I'll go to the botany department. They'll take me. So then she went to botany, and guess what she did? She did genetics of botany, the genetics of corn, of maize. And she made a wonderful discovery, these jumping genes, these transposable genes. And at the age of 81, she got the Nobel Prize. So she was acknowledged. And I just, you know, always say, go Barbara. And Cold Spring Harbor was a real harbor for her. She was overlooked, she was condescended to, and so on throughout her career. But Cold Spring Harbor welcomed her, and she spent almost 50 years there at Cold Spring Harbor. So that was a good ending to that story. And of course, she made major advancements. Then came the Human Genome Project. And of course, this was a very large international project with good collaboration. The draft sequence was made openly available in order to encourage further research and development and to maximize its benefits to society. And then the Bermuda Principles were all these folks getting together and say, we're going to make all of this openly available. So data sharing became the norm in an entire discipline, the brand new discipline of bioinformatics and genomics and everything that followed from there. So that's from day one, and that has ramifications, had ramifications over time. The one other little anecdote is this is the 2001 paper that came out in Nature that was co-authored, hundreds of names of all the folks who had been involved in the collaboration. And the 2003 paper was in Science and featured Craig Venter. Craig Venter being the director of Celera. And there was a lot of competition. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes things that were going on. There's a lot of competition between the publicly funded project, which was run out of the National Institutes of Health with Francis Collins as the director, and this privately funded project, and which wasn't, Ventnor was not going to be sharing his data. And there was an interesting study that was done about 10 years later, looking at the impact of the Human Genome Project from the, what was released publicly by the NIH and the collaboration versus what wasn't released. And they did a comparison of the innovations and the innovations from the publicly funded and shared research far outweighed closing, keeping your data to yourself. So then there's, I won't go into a lot of detail about this, large-scale genomic data. It was the age of that, 1987. This international collaboration was formed. It actually had 3 original members and still has those members, the Japanese Data Bank, the NCBI, the National Center for Biotechnology Information at National Library of Medicine, which is where I was during this whole time. And that was GenBank in 1987, but shortly thereafter, NCBI became the official member. And then EMBL, EBI, and I expect there are probably some people in the audience from here. So again, it's collaborative, and it was global data sharing. Many issues of privacy and so forth that we won't, you'll probably be talking about some of those issues in some of your sessions, but nonetheless, the whole principle was to share. The digital revolution. So this is, so much of what's happened in the last, I don't know, at least 25 years, maybe longer, probably 25 years is fair to say, has been maybe 35 years, has been because the technology has come along, the high-performance computing capabilities. And there are many, many applications, one of them being astrophysical research, and this is the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. And this is where, again, it was formed in 1984. It first launched in 2000. And they have a citizen science aspect too, the Galaxy Zoo, which is so fun. So anybody can go on, you can go to the website, anybody can go on and help identify, stars in the galaxy and so on. And just a personal anecdote, when I was running the Open Science by Design at the National Academies, Alex Saleh, who's one of the leaders of this project, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, was often sitting next to me, and I was trying to run the meeting. And he would say, look at this, and he'd be showing me on his computer this cool picture of the sun, and I was going, oh, God, this is wonderful, but let's go talk more about open science. But he's a delightful person, and openness, oozes. I mean, just the whole project was like that, and the whole field of astrophysics was again, designed to share and be open. And then, of course, here we are, and I thought maybe, Charlotte, you would mention, your star here, one of your many stars, of course, but for this context, Tim Berners-Lee was here in the late 1980s. 1989, I think, is when he wrote his project proposal, and apparently, too many stories. He was, so the goal was to give free and open access to a large universe of documents. So that right from the beginning, that was the goal. And then Tim and colleagues, but mainly Tim, created a language that we all know, HTML, protocol for transferring data, HTTP, and the resource locator system, which is called something different in the early on, but now is URLs. And then the Mosaic browser came along. Shortly thereafter, Mark Andreessen, who is the National Center for Supercomputing Applications in Illinois, came out with his own browser, and there was a little bit of tension there. But when all of this was happening, it was in 1993, as I mentioned, I was at NIH. The day that I found out about this, I went home to my husband, and I wish I had taped it. I said, Larry, this is going to change everything. It was just the moment where you could see that this was going to change everything. And indeed it has. Indeed it has. So thank you, Tim Berners-Lee. Sir Tim Berners-Lee. And there's so many applications in many domains. So there was, in 1994, maybe none of you was here at that time, there was a World Wide Web conference, so relatively early, for the web, was a conference, and it ended up being called the Woodstock of the web. I think there were 800 people wanted to show off their applications, and the room only, had room for 400 apparently, and so they had to turn people away. But there were applications, across the board, from Antarctic exhibitions to paleontology, to weather mapping and everything in between. And then the scientific literature started opening up, but in a limited way. So the part of the problem then was, looked like it was a good thing, but it ended up being a problem, which is that the publishers began publishing in digital form. That sounds good, right? That's great. However, what that meant was that so some of you are librarians probably in the audience, the relationship between publishers and libraries changed immediately, because now it was one where you had been buying, you get your journal, it would go on your shelf and you would own it. You could do whatever you wanted, well, fair use, you could do whatever you wanted with it. But now it was a licensing agreement. And that once again had a deleterious effect that we're still dealing with today with that licensing agreement. So you don't own anything, you just are licensing it. And there's been a lot of, and many of you know this very well because this is the world that you live in. But then, there are people like Ginsberg who started the archive. Again, he's a physicist, and he started it primarily for the physics community, but then grew to include computer science, as I said, technology and science, rolled together, and other fields as well. So he was a visionary as well. And then in 1997, that's why I have this picture here, is Vice President Gore was searching the newly released PubWeb interface to the biomedical literature, to the life sciences literature, and that was rolled out in 1997. And it was so exciting, and there's a lot of funny back and forth between David Lippman there, who is the head of NCBI, and Al Gore in the background there. In the middle is Harold Varmus, who's a star in this area in all manner of making things openly available. And then Don Lindbergh, who was my boss, who was the director of the National Library of Medicine, are there. And it was a very exciting day. And of course, everybody was hoping that nothing would break. And you put in a little query and so on. And this was all very exciting. And then I had the great privilege of being able to create clinicaltrials.gov, which was actually legislated by the US Food and Drug Administration. Is the FDA Modernization Act of 1997 that called for a database of clinical trial information. And that was patient power. It was patients who argued for this and said, we need to have access. And so when we designed it with our wonderful team, I need to mention Nick Ide, my collaborator, my close collaborator, and we made all of that information openly available. And just another anecdote, and I'm going to see that I really could go on all afternoon, so I'm going to have to speed it up a little bit. But just another anecdote, not so much, but I'll let it go, sorry. I'll be around for the whole conference, and any other anecdotes I think of, you'll be tired of hearing my anecdotes. But then I wanted to also, of course, mention Google. You can't talk about the innovations without mentioning Google. And I did find the original Google logo. It's the 1998 logo up there. And the reason I showed this was so Sergey Brin and Larry Page created this search engine. And the reason I showed this picture from their paper was because it used a lot of the technology that was the infrastructure that had been created by Tim Berners-Lee in the development of the web. So building on openness. So you have open, then you make something open, and then you hope that the trail of openness continues. It doesn't always. Then the global pandemic. So the mRNA, remember I said that penicillin was seen as a miracle drug. The vaccines were, there's Operation Warp Speed, which is a public-private partnership in the US and involved companies, pharmaceutical companies, and so on. It seemed like it just came out of the blue, but the work had been going on for a long time in understanding how mRNA could be used for therapeutic purposes. And the stumbling block was how to get that into the body. And so you also, we all lived through the pandemic. You saw the spike proteins. And so what actually made the difference was nanotechnology with these tiny little nanolipids that were able to sneak in and get into the cells so that then the immune response could kick in. And that's what made it work. And that's very different from the flu vaccine, where they give you a little bit of the virus. And then, but that's not the way this works. So it sounded, like a miracle, and when in fact it really was built on lots of work beforehand. There's a continuing international collaboration around mRNA. And then, of course, COVID-19, the pandemic, all of a sudden, it became possible to share. Well, go figure, right? We hadn't been sharing, we've been holding our stuff back, and now we say, well, now there's an emergency. So all of a sudden, people are putting all of their papers out, making them openly available. And fortunately, there were some repositories. So there was bioRxiv was created in 2013, and it was built on the model of arXiv, which was now many years old already. But bioRxiv then was for the biomedical literature. And then in 2019, medRxiv came along. I think that probably what made medRxiv work, because it was so new, was that probably, and I don't know this for sure, I'm imagining that all of the PubMed Central papers were moved into the archive to be searchable, because PubMed Central is the full text version of the biomedical literature, whereas PubMed itself was just an index into the citations, to the abstracts and the citations, but PubMed Central, and that took a lot of arguing and a lot of work. And again, I was fortunate, well, maybe not so fortunate, but to hear a lot of those arguments in the boardroom at NIH, and the publishers holding on tight. But anyway, all of a sudden, so COVID was a good example. And I mentioned the quote from Alondra Nelson, the so-called Nelson Memo, which is the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And maybe Chris Markham will be speaking about that in his closing remarks, but certainly Chris has been heavily involved in that too, who was at the Office of Science and Technology Policy during those years, during the Biden administration. And this was the second version of a policy that had been made a number of years earlier. And this policy goes into final effect, and as far as I know, it's still going into effect at the end of December of this year, of 2025. And it says you have to make all of your articles freely and openly available with no embargo period, which the previous memo allowed, the 2022 memo allowed for an embargo period. But this one does not, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So the way that this has worked around copyright is that you give your final peer-reviewed manuscript, make that available, and we'll see how things go. We will see how things go. And then the AI revolution. So the development of the expert systems in the 1980s relied on human experts. And I was at IBM Watson Research Center in the mid-1980s, and I was doing logic programming. And logic programming is great, except it's all rule-based. And I was sitting there writing, typing rules, language rules, and trying to get the computer to do, it was a natural language processing system, a parsing system, and so on. And then, of course, you had to think about world knowledge. You had to think about the domain and how could you get meaning into the system and so on. But I plugged away. I had a good time. But these systems they're brittle. They just didn't scale. And then, of course, neural nets came along, and that changed everything. So who was the father of that? It was Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather, he's called, of AI. And he did get a Nobel laureate, a Nobel Prize, in 2024 for this work, because it was the statistics method for which he got the award, not so much for the impact, because they actually don't give Nobel Prizes for impact. They give it just for the scientific discovery. And the big breakthrough was that you could learn the domain instead of having to have 7 experts sit around a table and give you 8 opinions on what the meaning of this thing was. So, and of course now, the current machine learning systems and AI in general take advantage of these massive data sets. So the large language models, such as ChatGPT, I'm sure there's probably nobody in the room who hasn't tried ChatGPT, but if you haven't, give it a try, because they certainly dominate. Oh, sorry. Let me just go 1 second and look at the mission statement of OpenAI. Do good, basically. They want to do good. And so we'll see. And the image is from their homepage. So now, I said I've mostly stayed since World War II, and now I'm going back to 1200 BC. So Amenepe, you're going to see why I did this. So I did a study of my area of research is ontology, so capturing the world, conceptualizing the world, and so on. At one point, I looked to see how various individuals had captured and categorized the world. And Amenepe was one of the first ones I came across, and I actually had my hands on these onomastica, which are sort of dictionaries. He was an Egyptian scribe, and he wanted to, categorize the world. It was a method, the beginning of teaching for clearing the mind, for instruction of the ignorant, and for learning all things that exist. And so he came up with a number of categories, 8 high-level categories: sky, water, earth, that was one category. Classes, tribes, and types of human beings was another one of the categories. And then parts of an ox and kinds of meat were the last. So you can see it was a reflection of his times, right? This is what was important. And the papyrus was recovered by several Egyptologists, and Alan Gardner was one of the ones who then put this all together into the. So guess what I did? We said we were going to have fun, right? I said, okay, ChatGPT, describe all things that exist. And in under a minute. I wish I'd set my timer, and I couldn't go back and do it because it would have learned already that I'd asked that query. So it would have been very fast. I believe it was under a minute. It took years for Amenepe in 1200 BC to do this work. The ChatGPT, so I'll let you read some of them. I can't read them easily from here, but you can see there's physical stuff, there's non-physical, various things. So this is how ChatGPT sees the world, which is fascinating because it's the context in which we now live. And of course, I don't know if you know exactly how ChatGPT works, but you can imagine. So I thought, well, one thing that struck me is, what the heck is this? The emergent phenomena. So for those of you who are physicists or who know about emergent phenomena, these are cases where quantitative changes, that is, changes in scale, and generally large changes in scale, can have an unpredictable effect on qualitative capabilities. This is really, it's a very important thing to know about these large language models and AI in general. And an emergent phenomenon is life and intelligence, that I can see. And artificial consciousness, the potential of that. So this is what, there are many arguments and many concerns out there about this now. So Geoffrey Hinton, who, as I mentioned, was the godfather, I got the whole thing started with neural nets, absolutely fabulous methodology and so on. He actually left Google in 2023 so that he could speak more openly about the dangers of AI. And in an interview, which I refer you to, take a look at it, he said that he was very concerned, and he didn't think that we should go on with all of this AI work until we knew how to control it. And in fact, some of you may remember, I think it was in March of 2023, a lot of the originators of AI, including OpenAI folks and so on, thought about maybe a pause in AI, but it didn't go anywhere. I think it got 30,000 signatures or something like that of people said, we got to pause this. Well, it didn't go anywhere. Now Nature has a whole series on, what do we as scientists think about this? So, the notion of public good has already come up a few minutes ago. Actually, Thomas Jefferson, in an 1813 letter, wrote to someone who was actually interested in patent. It ended up being sort of a case study in patent law and intellectual property. And he basically said that, if you light your candle for my candle, I still have a light, you have a light, so we should be sharing. It's public good. He didn't use exactly that term. and then Joseph Stiglitz, who is an economist who picked up on the term. This is what I want to leave you with. If I want to leave you with anything at all, it's this last thing, and this I wrote. By sharing the results of our research, we as scientists, by sharing the results of our research, we can have a significant impact on the quality and accuracy of the scientific information accessed and promoted by AI algorithms that depend on openly available data. So let's put the good stuff out there. Let's put all of the good stuff out there and not keep arguing about it. Put the good stuff out there, and transparency will win, and goodness will win. And so I'm going to leave this here. Public good, this I recommend to you. It's a different kind of argument. There have been other arguments like, well, it's taxpayer funded, it's this and that, why, as a scientist, you should do it, oh, it's the right thing to do. This is an important thing to do if you think about where we are at this time in history. And then Ginsburg himself is also concerned. He said, look, we had a vision 30 years ago. Let's come back to that vision, and let's take a lead as scientists and come back and take responsibility for the science. And I would like to say that, as you all know, I'm sure you all know the UNESCO reports, the recommendations first, and then now the outlook. I guess there are going to be more of them since it's Outlook 1, and is one of their key messages, is there has to be a shift in culture. It's one of 4 messages, key messages, so it's a big one, the big one. And so I'll leave you with these. I wanted to come back to the original definition. So I see that attitudes and behaviors are closely linked. Behaviors can change for the better in a time of crisis. So our example would be, open data sharing during a pandemic, but they can also have a negative impact. So gender bias, or bias of any kind, of marginalized group of any kind, can have potentially a negative impact. Now, it turned out okay in the cases of Rosalind Franklin, and certainly in the case of Barbara McClintock, but think of all the voices that were not heard over time. So those are attitudes and the behaviors. Expectations and scientific norms go hand in hand. If they can have positive consequences when, so for example, when the norm is to share, so whole communities like genetics, the genomics community, and the astrophysics community, it's just the norm. You don't think about it. You just make your stuff available because that's what everybody else is doing. So let's get more norms. But they can also have a negative impact, like in the case of Robert Maxwell, who established some norms that actually were quite harmful going forward. And then the values. We've got to conduct high-quality science while not losing sight of our responsibility to society. It doesn't mean that we should become politicians. It just means that we should keep in mind what is our responsibility. Why are we doing our science? Because we're trying to improve life and trying to improve humanity and many other things. So our values are especially tested, during when we have existential crises, such as the atomic bomb. And now some people are saying that AI could be an existential crisis. Some people are optimistic, some people are quite pessimistic. So how should we reimagine scientific culture? We need to adhere to our values and as scientists and the responsibility that we have to society, and we can do no less. Thank you.
If you'll indulge me for a quick moment, just as a token of our gratitude, thank you so much, Dr. McRae. I, for one, am here for the anecdotes, and so I'll be pestering you throughout the next few days, but Dr. McRae has also very generously already communicated to you that she's around for the rest of the conference, and so please feel free to learn more from her incredible experience.
Well, and I'd like to learn from you as well.
So now we're all inspired. We are up on our toes. Let's go into a panel. The first panel of this conference is Shaping the Future, the Policy Landscape of Open Science. Our moderator is Brecht Sanen, who is the policy advisor at Science Europe. Before diving into the discussion, he will introduce the panel and introduce the theme. Brecht, the floor is yours with the panelists.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to immediately ask my panel to just maybe join me and take their seat as I give a bit of an introduction. So now, good afternoon, everyone. As you just heard, my name is Brecht Sanen. I'm Senior Policy Officer for Open Science at Science Europe, and it's my pleasure to moderate the first panel. Hello, everyone. To moderate the first panel of this year's Open Science Fair. It's a panel on the open science policy landscape. We've just had what I believe is an amazing keynote on research cultures, the contribution of open science to the research cultures that we're working in. And this panel hopes to complement that. This panel hopes to look at the policies and the policy framework that helps us sort of support open science, implement open science across different levels. So that's the policy landscape that we are going to be talking about. We're going to be talking with the panelists here about some of the major shifts, opportunities, and challenges that we're seeing in open science policy making. I'm joined here by panelists, but as moderator, I'm just going to take a few minutes, maybe just to orient us. What are we talking about when we talk about policy landscape? I wanted to make 2 points that are going to be very important to sort of navigate this panel and also the discussions in the days ahead. First point is, this panel, we're going to be talking about dedicated open science policies, the policies that really are dedicated to either open science in general or elements of open science, like open access, obviously. And we're going to be talking about these policies at different levels. These are policies now that, as you all know, are implemented in many of your institutions, many of your organizations, but we also have them as national frameworks. We have them at a regional level. The European Union obviously has quite a few documents developing policies on open science. Even, as was just mentioned, at the global level, you now have the UNESCO recommendations, which are very effective, I think, at shaping the global conversation of the policies around open science. So for a very ambitious community as ours, and I think our community really has become a very ambitious community, it's good to know that this isn't just one policy we're talking about a whole framework of policies across different levels. That's my first point before we start the panel. The second point is one that some of the panelists are going to refer to, and one that I also find very important, is that we're not just talking about open science policies in isolation, in a vacuum. We're also going to talk about policies with an impact on open science. Right now, the policymakers are driven by a couple of topics. They are looking at competitiveness, they are looking at security, they're looking at AI. These are policies that are being developed with an impact on the open science policies. They're also elements, they're also issues that I think open science can contribute to in and of itself. So I wanted to make that point at the very start. Some of the panelists are going to come back to this, is that we cannot look at open science or open science policies in isolation, in a vacuum. There's a bigger policy world out there that we should be aware of, and should be aware that we can contribute to this. That is a lot to cover for one panel. So how do we propose to do this? I have here my panelists. We're not going to do a complete overview of every notable shift in policymaking, every opportunity, every challenge. But I think between the 4 of them, we're going to have a couple of key insights in different elements that are notable right now in policymaking. So without further ado, I'm going to start giving it to the first panelist. Each of the panelists is going to make an opening statement with a key message for the audience, and afterwards we'll quickly shift to a Q&A with the audience. I know you're going to have a lot of questions after their opening statement, so please prepare them. We'll have time to get into, hopefully, a lot of questions. First panelist to introduce, Pantelis Tsivelogu from the European Commission, team leader of European Open Science Cloud at the European Commission. Pantelis, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Brecht, and thank you also for the invitation, for allowing me the opportunity to be here with you and say a few words about the work that we are doing in the European Commission in this broad area that is open science. I will take the few minutes that I'm given to say a few words about the recent work of the European Commission in the area of open science. It is a vast area. It encompasses different types of activities that we're currently following up. I was thinking how to structure and how to categorize, and maybe a good approach is to refer back to a recent document that the Council adopted a few months ago. That is the European Research Area Policy Agenda. And there it is a document that kind of sets the overall framework for European research policy. And there, open science continues to become a central element. If you see in this document, there is a series of activities, we call them structural policies and actions. And open science and the European Open Science Cloud is the first and foremost structural policy that is identified in this document. It sets a plan for years 2025, 2027 for all of these actions. And except for open science and the European Open Science Cloud, we see also a series of other thematic areas identified in this high-level policy document that are, in my view, very much related to the work of open science. This includes research assessment, so the way we assess researchers, research organizations. It also includes action on equity in open science, in research infrastructures, an important enabler for practicing open science. It also includes an action on ethics and research integrity, and a series of other actions that are either directly or indirectly related to open science. So we see how with this new, let's say, high-level policy document, open science continues to be at the center of European policy agenda. Maybe a second document worth highlighting is the Commission proposal for Horizon Europe. And this now is the Commission coming as a funder of research. And there it is interesting to see how open science is enshrined in the Commission proposal. We try to develop an ambitious open science policy for the current framework program, Horizon Europe. And we hope that this is also well imprinted in the new Horizon Europe that we propose for 2028-2034. There again, you will see strong references to open science as being a horizontal principle of the program, as well as to the responsible management of data, another important aspect that we think is also very much related to open science at large, following research data management that follows probably the well-known by now FAIR principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. We also make reference to the European Open Science Cloud. This is another important European priority, not only of the Commission, of course, but Europe at large, that I also have the opportunity to work more closely on. It is about federating different research and data infrastructures across Europe for the sharing of data in an open way, following the FAIR principles as the kind of the pillar approach for this interconnection. So this is Horizon Europe, of course, except for having a set of principles and policies that kind of underline the running of the program. There is also, similar to what we currently have in Horizon Europe, there is also provision for a specific dedicated pillar in the new Horizon Europe that we call the European Research Area, where we'll be providing support to projects that support the European Research Area policy agenda, which, as I mentioned, includes several actions related to open science. And then another part of the program that is also very much probably will also be contributing to open science is the Research Infrastructure Program, because it includes the work that we are doing and the support that we're providing to the European Open Science Cloud, as is also currently the case. So that will be the second news, let's say, from our end. The Commission proposal was published in July this year. And the last initiative that I would like to highlight is something that hopefully will be published tomorrow. It's the Research and Technology Infrastructure Strategy of the European Commission. And there again, the reason why I highlight it is because We hope to see also the European Open Science Cloud as an enabler of open sharing across Europe highlighted, and also a way for different infrastructures, as I mentioned before, to be connected to each other. So a lot of activity from the Commission side to support the open science movement. I think it is important to also have the support of the community and to see how this will be implemented in practice in the years to come. And maybe with that, I would like to close my part. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your opening statement. I think immediately a really good idea of not just the European Commission as supportive of the open science as a policymaker, as a funder, but also how it is weaved into these broader policy agendas, how it's connected to them, how it contributes within, as you said, I think sort of at the heart of those policies. So that's, I think, a really good opening statement to start with. Next up in our panel is Felix Reda, who is the Director of Developer Policy at GitHub. Felix, research software and open source software, that is something that you spend a lot of time on, and you wanted to start your contribution with that.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, it's amazing to have this conference at such an important venue. I think many people will have dreamt about CERN at children, maybe the same way that people might have dreamed about working at ESA or at NASA. So being able to visit this place is quite exciting. And yeah, I think research software, or the relationship between open source software development and open access, open science is really exciting and interesting development. And I'm really seeing over the last few decades that we have truly moved from a conversation about open access publishing to a conversation about open science as a process. It's not just about the end result, it's about the methodology and the collaboration along the way. And in fact, when working with open source software projects, I'm seeing a lot of this positive cross-pollination. A lot of open source maintainers have started getting into open source software development as part of their studies, as part of their research. A lot of researchers develop their own software without necessarily being software developers by training, but it is the same kind of open collaboration principles that we see at place in making open source software projects successful, that then in turn benefit the research process. And you see this, for example, in communities such as Python. When I personally was in university, I studied political science. A lot of the data science and research software that was in use at the time, it was a lot more proprietary. Maybe the skills you were learning were not as transferable to other areas. And there we've really, I think, seen a huge change where researchers and software developers are really working hand in hand. And in terms of like how this should translate to policies, I think we need to pay a lot more attention to the infrastructure maintenance part of what underlies research. So I think a lot of research and innovation funding is extremely important at bringing about breakthroughs, but we also have to pay attention to the resources, the infrastructure that make all of that work possible. And I'm not just talking about physical infrastructure in terms of networks and so on, but also in terms of logical infrastructure, software, and so on, whose maintenance also requires support. Politics and policies are putting quite a lot more responsibilities on software developers for things like cybersecurity, which is extremely important. I mean, nobody wants to have their smart fridge to become part of a botnet or putting themselves and other people at risk. But at the same time, we also have to recognize that quite a lot of people who are building the infrastructure that consumers, but also researchers rely on, are doing so in their free time and are not always getting the support and the recognition in order to make these security improvements. So I think this is an area where policy is really part of the solution, but also I think the companies that are benefiting from open source software as well, which are quite often the same open source projects that also benefit research and benefit the public sector. So when kind of looking at the program for this conference, one thing that I find really exciting is that in many places there are conversations, there are workshops about these intersections, how the public sector, the private sector, the research community can work together in the public interest in ways that bring about, hopefully, simplifications and better possibilities for researchers to work for the public good. And finally, I would say, when we're looking at the legislative landscapes, there are also some parts of like the European single market or the European research area, as it's now kind of conceptualized, that need to be completed. So where it should be easier for researchers from different countries to be able to work together across borders, kind of regardless of which member state they are in or which place in the world they live in. And this is also something, I think, where open source software development and open source or open science research have a lot of parallels, that the individuals who are best placed to collaborate with each other on a project might not always be placed in the same country, and this is a strength of open science. This is really something that we should foster, and I'm quite concerned about a lot of the kind of resurging distrust that we're seeing in a lot of the geopolitical discussions, and I think the research community should really show a counter example to that, that no, by being open and by working together across borders, we can actually be a lot more effective and bring about a lot better results, and this is something that we should double down on.
Thank you. I think that's exactly it. We cannot leave the narrative just to those who would say that, well, research security should be everything is closed. We have to counter that narrative with here's the value of open. That is so obvious from the keynote as well. It is so obvious. We have the examples. We should build a narrative and bring that out. I think that's really important to point out here. I'm also really quite pleased the way that you talk about open source software and how in recent years that community has connected to the broader open science community, and that based on shared values, as you said. At Science Europe, we did a survey of our members just last year, and we gave our members this long list of what are sort of the elements of open science. Software is very clearly in there as one of these emerging elements. Open access to publications and data, very well established after 20, 25 years. Software is coming up, and there's a long list of other emerging elements of open science coming up behind it. Those communities are starting to find each other based on those shared values. So that's, I think, a really good example as well. Moving right along with the panel, we have the pleasure also to be joined by Yusuf Baran, Rector of Izmir Institute of Technology. Yusuf, you are going to talk to us more about science diplomacy from your perspective. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed panelists, and dear participants, it's a great honor to join you today in this important discussion on the evolving policy landscape of open science. I am here representing my university, Izmir Institute of Technology, where we have worked tirelessly to transform the ideals of open science into real policies, infrastructures, and practices that make a difference in the everyday lives of researchers. For me, however, open science is not only a matter of policies and infrastructures, but it's profoundly personal. I grew up in Batman, a modest city in southern eastern part of Turkey, where access to books and information was quite limited when I was in the primary, secondary, and high school. My family has lived there for generations, and my family worked tirelessly to provide the opportunities that were scarce in our region. I still remember very well my early days at the primary school. There were limited resources, and yet I was fortunate to witness an extraordinary example of determination in my family. There was a story from my mother and my uncle when he was in a primary school in 1960s. He would walk for several kilometers to another town each day to collect newspapers that had been discarded at the train station. He would clean them, bring them home, and read every article and every word. That dedication to acquiring knowledge, despite scarcity, left a lasting impression on me. It was a powerful lesson, a real story from my own family. Information is valuable, and access to information can transform a life. Later, as I advanced throughout my studies, I became the only child in 1994 from my city to attend a major university. I was driven by a singular goal: to read, to learn, and to access the knowledge. But even in this environment, access was limited. Many journals, publications were out of the reach. I remember very well the frustration of trying to obtain a single article, sending letters and emails across institutions, and myself, I was traveling to other universities just to reach the resources I needed. It was at these moments that I realized knowledge must not be trapped by geography, wealth, or infrastructure. It taught me that equitable access to knowledge is not a privilege. It's a fundamental necessity for progress. These lessons drive my commitment to open science, ensuring that every curious mind, anywhere in any part of the world, has the opportunity to learn, contribute, and thrive. My country's journey in open science over the past decade reflects this same belief. It's a story of collaboration, vision, and persistence. And in my university at ISTEC, as the National Open Access Desk for Open Air and a founding member of that community, we have embraced the responsibility of being a bridge connecting national stakeholders with the wider global open science ecosystem. Please allow me to share some reflections on where we are, what has driven progress, and what challenges are still there. In Turkey, we have seen several decisive steps forward. In 2019, ISTEC, my university, became the first university in the country to adopt a mandatory open access policy. In 2018, our parliament passed a law requiring open access to theses and dissertations, opening an enormous body of knowledge to the public. And in 2019, TÜBİTAK, the National Science Foundation of Turkey, launched a national open science policy for funding organizations. And in 2022, Turkey's first research data management directory was approved at my university. Thanks to all these efforts, the growth of repositories has accelerated, and today, Turkey ranks number 7 in the world in terms of their number. But we must also recognize the challenges. Sustainability of infrastructures remain an issue, requiring long-term commitment and resources, of course. And alignment across stakeholders is not always smooth, as different institutions often move at different steps. This is why aligning national and international agendas is so critical. Turkey's integration with the European Open Science Cloud and our active participation in open air are good examples of how we can harmonize policies and infrastructures across the borders. At ISTEC, we contribute to open air projects, share best practices from our GCRIS system. This system was developed in my university, and it's an AI-powered institutional repository developed in our Technopark and already adopted by several institutions, and work closely with the Higher Education Council of Turkey, the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, and Anadolu University Libraries Consortium to ensure that national infrastructures like Harman, Dergi Park, and Aperta are fully in line with the global standards. Public institutions, funders, and the governments all have crucial roles to play here. Governments must establish the legal frameworks and secure sustainability. Funders must require and reward openness. And universities, we must not only implement the policies, but also train the researchers and build infrastructures that make openness the default, not the exception. In my university, we see ourselves as both a pioneer in policy and a hub for implementation. We host national and international events, we train our researchers, and we pilot innovative infrastructures. We believe that even as a relatively small university, we can make a disproportionately large contribution to national policy leadership. But as we move forward, we must never lose sight of equity and inclusiveness. Open science must not become a privilege of well-funded institutions or wealthy countries. It must be accessible to all. For Turkey, equity means lowering the barriers by making infrastructures publicly available, supporting smaller institutions as well as the larger ones, and ensuring that research from our region is visible and valued in the global knowledge ecosystem. It also means respecting and integrating diverse knowledge systems, including indigenous knowledge. My own journey, personal and as a president of a university, from an underdeveloped town to leading a world-class university committed to openness, has convinced me of one simple truth. Science is at its most powerful when it's open and when it's shared. That's why open science is not only a professional responsibility, but also a personal mission. The future of open science will depend on our ability to align policies, sustain infrastructures, and ensure that equity and inclusivity remain at the heart of our efforts. The experience of Turkey shows that with determination and collaboration, it's possible to move from isolated repositories to a cohesive, nationally integrated, and globally well-connected open science ecosystem in less than a decade. And as ISTEC, my university, we remain deeply committed to these global movements, not simply as participants, but as active shapers of both policy and practice. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you for that statement. I think that was a great addition also from your personal experience, and that emphasis I think you placed on equity, where open science, both in practice and in policy, if it is only going to be for a few research communities, the well-affluent, then it is not going to be open science. Equity is a part of this. So thank you for adding that to the panel. You're getting a microphone handed to you as well. So great. We are burning through time with this panel. It's a lot of ground to cover in 1 hour. But last but not least, we still have a panelist left here. Dina Petranovic, Chief Scientific Officer, Chief Partnerships Officer at the Technical University of Denmark. When we were preparing this panel, we felt it was a really good idea to have you as a last opening contribution to, from your perspective also at university, reflect on, well, policies are about something. You have a very well-established open science policy that has an impact at the university level, at a very practical level. So please, I'm looking forward to your opening contribution.
Is it working? It's okay? Yeah. Well, thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me today to be part of the panel. I had a little chuckle when you were talking about the childhood dream of visiting CERN. It actually happened to me when I was a child, because my parents were both scientists and we lived a very international life. And in 1990, one of our friends was actually a physicist here, so I get a private tour in 1990. And so, you know, I feel very strongly about this place and generally about science and open science, an international way of doing science and sharing. And you were referring to many of these things also in your talk, how we, you know, some of us can take this for granted, and some of us obviously had to kind of learn the appreciation because it was not obvious. So for me, I started off with having basically access to all of the science. I grew up at the research institute. I could go to the library anytime I wanted since I was, you know, a toddler. And then I realized later on that actually not everybody has the same kind of possibilities as I have had my whole life. And so a little bit opposite situation of what you have had growing up. So I represent here, I would say, the foot soldiers. So I'm a chief science officer and a chief partnership officer of a large research institute that is located at the Danish Technical University, which is one of the prime engineering schools in Europe. In our name, it stands Novo Nordisk Foundation Center for, because we are philanthropically funded, but also governmentally funded, EU funded, industry funded, and so on. So I see many stakeholders, and I see a lot of mess that comes of interacting with many stakeholders, including in the areas of open science. In my role as a chief science officer and chief partnerships officer, I did not necessarily have the mandate to do many things related to open science, but I just thought that it was so integral to everything that we are supposed to be doing as scientists. So I took it under my domain and kind of invented an entire strategy for implementing whatever was recommended from the government perspective, EU perspective, of course, and then try to lift it to as high level as possible. So we are told that at this institute we are, you know, leading by example of how to do open science. So it goes beyond, of course, open access and so on. It's also about our repositories, you know, depositing a lot in GitHub, fighting our TTO office every time we do that, I have to say. Because, of course, if we are trying to do innovation, and we are very proud, we have spun out 40 companies from my research institute, 45 nationalities, you know, we are trying to really do everything as good as we can. We do have a lot of challenges. So I was asked to talk about things from the perspective of what works and what doesn't work when we're actually trying to implement many of the things that we are talking about. So, you know, I will not go into every detail because I would like that we still have time to actually open the dialogues with you. But I can say that things that work really well are things that are related to the leadership having a vision, the leadership breaking the rules of university when it's necessary in order to hire people and pay people to do what is necessary, having enough money, which most public universities don't, and actually, you know, being really interested in pushing the agenda even when it's uncomfortable. So, for example, this discussion between innovation and open science, security, knowledge security and open science, all of these dialogues have to be taken seriously, and you have to, as a leader, push this forward. We have had serious attacks in, you know, from cyber perspective, so cybersecurity is extremely important. It doesn't mean we can stop doing what we believe is the right thing. It means we have to, you know, take it into account, but of course there are going to be risks. We have to deal with secret services marching on our corridors and giving lectures to our students and to us as the leaders, and trying to convince us to do things as close as possible. You know, I have a Minister of Economics and Minister of Defense who says one thing, and then I have a Minister of Science who has the other thing. And I'm like, I'm standing in the middle. What do you want me to do? Do I close everything? Do I open everything? And so on. So I think it will be important in the strange and changing environment that is full of tensions internationally to be able to have these open dialogues, at least among us, the professionals who are trying to do the science the right way, and be able to take those challenges in the discussions. As I mentioned also previously, some of the discussions go from financing infrastructure, which you were also referring to previously. And by infrastructure, it's not only the equipment and software, it's also people. So many places around the world, you cannot actually hire enough of people to do everything right if we are looking at FAIR principles and how to do things actually really optimally. So, you know, training the talent, hiring the talent, retaining the talent, because of course once you train them, they all go into industry. How do you work with industry, where it's open, where it's closed? How to convince industry to actually be on board it and come on, you know, on board with what you're trying to do. A lot of science that we do, for example, within biosustainability, is not possible to scale at university. So it means if it is going to have true impact in the true world, we have to partner with governments, NGOs, and industries. Many of these organizations find it difficult and complicated to understand what open science is and how to work with that, because we would like to be able to share as many things as possible, including materials and data and software and databases and so on. So yeah, I can probably go on and on about many, many examples, but I'll be happy to take your questions to get into more specific. But definitely, if you think about any sort of challenge of actually trying to implement this, I'm probably your gal, so speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. No, really happy we could sort of not end, but sort of at the last contribution, really that practical insight at university where it all comes together and has to be implemented and the challenges that come with that. So thank you for sharing that. I'm looking at all the panelists just for a second. Before we go to the audience, is there something you'd like to add? Something like, I was listening and something came to mind? Felix?
Just one thing, I'm struck by this narrative that somehow open is supposed to be less secure than closed, because in open source software we had exactly the same discussion 20 years ago, and by now I think everyone has come around to the realization that open is actually more secure. It doesn't mean that everything is secure by default. You still have to invest into the security, but in a closed system, it is much easier to deceive. It's much easier to manipulate without being found out. And so I think this is really something that we have to counteract quite strongly when it is insinuated that somehow open science is a security threat.
Yeah. A huge contribution there, I think, to the general open science community at this moment in time, from a community that has been through this discussion indeed. Anyone else before we open the platform, the floor? No? Then I'm going to start turning to my left to an audience that has been sitting here listening. How does this work with the Q&A? Is there microphones going around? Perfect. I have trouble seeing people because the lights are straight in my eye, but I think I can make you out. If you have your hand raised, a microphone will appear. Right there, for example. And there. I think let's start there, maybe.
Is it? Okay, it's working. All right.
Sorry.
Should I stop?
It was just by a second her hand was first,
Okay.
and then you. Perfect.
Thank you. I'm Geeta Yadav. I'm from India. I've been working internationally with the CODATA, International Data Policy, and I'm very glad to hear the comments from the panel today. My question to you is, really, can we realistically imagine a global baseline for open science policy? Or will the diversity of national contexts always prevent this, which is what I've been seeing for the last couple of years? Open to anyone who wants to take the question.
Perhaps I'll just take a few questions, but I think that's a big one to start off with. You are next, please.
Thank you. This is Professor Ekmekci from Turkey. So my question would be to Felix, depending on the intervention came from Dina. But Felix, your last comment kind of changed my question a little bit, because I'm a member of several international committees, and we always talk about the concerns about the international tension and how open science is going to deal with the international tension. But your last comment was, it was kind of solved in the area of software, like making it open makes it more secure. But I think there's some kind of a semantic or contextual variation here. Is it security or integrity that you're talking about? And when we're talking about security, it's kind of something different that threatens the national security or international security. So I just would like to hear your comments on that, because I really think that we have to take those concerns very seriously for the future of open science. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I think there was another question. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I have a general question about the oversight of it, because the community has become very big, as you see, and also very diverse, and is stratified. And the people who are making policy with all the good intentions, I have the feeling that they are getting actually a bit losing the touch with actually the people who are executing the policies or the students or researchers who have to do it. Would it be an idea to have more democratic oversight and not only report upwards, but also report downwards, and also apply this principle to actually just get more information of what the actual people on the ground need from the policymakers and what they need now and not 5-10 years ago where the policy descriptions were written?
Yeah. I think perhaps we can start with those 3 questions, quite challenging. Felix, you had a very specific question. Maybe you just start there.
Sure. Yeah, I think this is an excellent question, and maybe allows me to tear a little bit into the different aspects of security, because of course things like sanctions regimes are an issue in the context of open source software as well, and you also have to, of course, pay attention to that. But one thing that I have found is that the mode of collaboration in open source software, where it doesn't always have to be kind of an active collaboration from different sides, but rather people working out a problem and sharing their results, and other people being able to pick this up or not to pick it up without necessarily a direct collaboration happening, allows for a kind of unplanned building upon the results of each other, which I think can work in a science context quite well as well. But of course, security and integrity have many, many different aspects. So in the context of infrastructure, it can really be about security from cybersecurity breaches, like from physical access to infrastructure that should not be accessed from the outside. But it can also be about research integrity, so how much can you trust the results of the process that are being put out there. And I think in both of those respects, an open mode of working has its advantages. It doesn't mean that open science is automatically integral. It doesn't mean that an open way of working automatically protects you from any kind of security incidents, but I don't think that they are in any way deficient, but rather that it's actually easier to find out if something went wrong and to be able to rectify it, because there are more eyes that are able to look at an issue, and then I think we should also encourage people to actually do that. So for example, if we're looking at something like the reproducibility crisis, I think part of it is reproducibility in the sense of, is the information available that I need in order to check results? And for that, for example, I think software is kind of an underdeveloped or under-examined piece. A lot of people put their ORCID ID on GitHub, and they cite exactly which software have I used in my experiment and so on, but this is by far not the norm yet. So quite often you don't have the information that you would need to do reproducibility research, but it's also about, well, who is able to actually do that? Who gets funded and who has the time to do the reproducibility research? Because just because it's theoretically possible because the information is available doesn't mean that it's actually done in practice. So there, I think, is also a question of supporting this mode of working. So it's not an automatism that everything that is open will automatically be integral, secure, and so on, but I think it has a much higher potential that we have to help realize.
Thank you. Perhaps we should go to the question about oversight and policymakers. You mentioned losing touch. Maybe I rephrase that as policymakers moving faster than the implementation on the ground, which will occasionally happen. I'm not allowed to rephrase it? No. Does anyone in the panel want to address this, please?
Thank you for the question. So always policymakers and decision makers are important. But I think the group of people who provide information to policymaker or decision maker are as important as policymakers, because they decide according to information that the other people provide. I am very much convinced that science can solve any problem, but we need to also convince the others. People coming from the kitchen, I mean from the lab, can know much better than the people who are sitting at their offices and just making the decisions. So what we should do, we should increase the awareness within the society. We should increase the visibility. We should raise the hand, increase the volume, and of course inform all these people why it's needed, why it's required. And at the end, scientists and the universities are the common value of the society. Because with the improvements, with the novel research that we are running at the universities, at the research labs, at the excellence centers, are benefit for all humankind, actually for all living organisms on the world, for the sustainability of the world as well. So that's why science, the universities, and the scientists are, you know, a common value for all the societies. I think the best way is to communicate more, to increase the awareness in the society, and of course convince the decision makers, policymakers, funders to give more support to open science, to the universities, and to development of the science. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dina, I might also be very interested in your reflection on this, because again, also within a university, the feedback loop between establishing a policy and the comments you get from your community is very short. So perhaps you have some comments here as well.
Yes, I can definitely comment on that. So I happen to sit also in EUA, the European University Association, in the group for open science. So I actually do go to Brussels and I, you know, get informed, I read the document, we discuss things and so on. And in that sense, it is great. And then I go back home, and then back home, the reality hits because, you know, we are on the floor. And by the way, my research center is 50% computational, 50% wet lab. So you know, everything we do is on GitHub, by the way, even though it means we have to fight with the lawyers about that. You can see how when you go, and because of my partnerships role, the international partnerships and so on, I can see how it is implemented in other parts of the continent, right? So my experience is Danish, but I also talk to my colleagues with whom we are in partnerships, how they are dealing. So I would say what we discuss in Brussels is one thing, and then how it permeates into the national discussions, and how it permeates then from the government onto the university, and then within a large university to different departments. So I am representing one of 20 departments. What we do has almost nothing to do with how other departments are doing this, right? So we are very often, you know, brought in as a good example of how we are, you know, pushing this agenda and so on. But I don't put the blame on my colleagues in other departments. They don't have the same resources that I do. They don't have the same insight. They don't have the pathways that I have created for my organization. And some of these are not scalable from my perspective. It has to be scaled from perspective of university, from perspective of government, from the perspective of the funder, public and private. And all of these things are not aligned. So it's very much ad hoc and very chaotic. And I do appreciate your comment in the sense that did we lose touch with people who have to implement it on a daily basis? And I think the intentions are good, but I think in practice, almost anybody's trying to do their best somehow, but it's not uniform and it's not necessarily very productive. So I would definitely hope that we can find a streamlined way to make this more efficient and more actually taking into account how it looks when you're actually going to implement many of these actions. And I think, yeah, international diplomacy, scientific diplomacy could be one of the ways to actually kind of have dialogues across the different organizations and nations and so on. One of the things that is right now really difficult for me in the roles that I have is actually the conversation about, because of geopolitics, of dual use. So it comes back to our science and open science because we are beyond dual use. I mean, the conversations in which I sit in some of these rooms, it's anything that gives economic advantage to somebody else is an issue, right? That's why our GitHub then becomes an issue, right? Because hopefully everything we do gives some sort of advantage to people. That's why we are doing it, right? So it becomes really a balancing act of somebody who is trying to push the right kind of scientific agenda and drive the implementation, and on the other hand, kind of hitting the walls that have not been here 5 years ago, so I kind of have to invent while I'm running with it. So yeah, it would be very much appreciated if you come up with mechanisms that could actually turn some of these barriers down and uniform what we do nationally and or across EU, for example, at least.
Thank you. Great. great to have your reflection there as well. Then we still have that very tough question that came first. Is there a realistic shot that we have at a global baseline for open science? I think that is a question that opens up the panel a little bit more. We've broadly been talking about sort of the European experience so far, but we shouldn't forget these discussions are also happening in other world regions, and the communities across the globe are starting to find each other. We've had global discussions more and more. I think the UNESCO recommendation that was mentioned earlier has been very effective at shaping that discussion, that we share a bit of language. We've seen those dialogues come up a little bit. And then the question is, well, do we have in time a shot at a global baseline, an alignment on open science, and how do we deal with that? Is there anyone who wants to comment on that?
Thanks. Yes, that's a very relevant question indeed. And you mentioned already UNESCO. There was a major effort to try to set up a common approach, let's say, to what we mean by open science, the principles, the ways to get there. Of course, at the same time, it acknowledges the complexity of the subject. And then Dina already mentioned that there is different approaches even within a country. It's not a question about comparing the approach and the policy at the national level. It is even within the country at the institutional level that you have different approaches and different angles, let's say, of or perspectives on what is and what is not important within the open science landscape. At the same time, of course, this dialogue needs to be had, right? This is exactly the purpose of at least the experience that we have with the UNESCO process, to bring together these different countries and to expose these different angles and to see what we can set as a common baseline. And it is something that moves slowly because it has to be inclusive and take into account all the different perspectives. And of course, it changes. It is a dynamic thing because different priorities, as you also mentioned, come along the way over the years. Maybe research security was less of a keyword 5-10 years ago. Now it is more. We see now also how AI affects open science policies and practices. So these are data sovereignty is another area that is more increasingly, let's say, becoming relevant. So we are. It is important to continue to have this dialogue at the international level, and of course, organizations like CoData and other kind of community-driven fora like Research Data Alliance are very important to come from grassroots and bring different communities together, not only coming from the geographic, let's say, origins, but also across thematic areas. So bringing different thematic communities together for what concerns practices on open science that work versus others that don't work, or on research data management, or data standardization across different thematic areas. So these are important elements that we need to continue to try, even if it's completely understandable and acknowledged that it is not obvious how we can get a common baseline at global level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I think it's a question that will stick with us for a long time. I was shocked when I looked at the clock just now. We're really running out of time. But I am going to open it to one more question from the audience. Almost immediately there in the back, a hand raised. So.
Yes, hello, Victoria Dominguez del Angel from INRIA. I have a question regarding GitHub, because, well, I can confess I'm a little worried about the geopolitical situation. And I ask myself if you recommend us to build a new GitHub Forge in Europe in order to avoid the possibility to the software disappear in any moment. What is your perspective on this, Felix?
Thank you. I don't think it's a realistic threat that somehow GitHub as a public infrastructure would disappear, because it is available pretty much globally except in North Korea. We were able to once again offer services fully in Syria this last week. So basically GitHub is available pretty much around the world. I think it is useful to have a diverse ecosystem where you are able to participate and to collaborate with others. And I think that mostly should happen on the basis of what makes the most sense for you and your project. And I'm quite confident that this platform is going to be there for a very long time.
Thank you for that. With that, we really are at the end, I'm afraid. Obviously, we're all still available for questions during the coffee break. Now, I think you've understood from the interventions, from the discussion, that we are going through perhaps a difficult moment, a moment of change, a moment of tension, but there is a lot of good work being done out there, a lot of thoughtful work being done out there. And please join me in an applause for the panelists for sharing their experience. I have a couple of announcements practically, or are you doing this?
Go ahead.
There you go. There were a couple of things that I had to share that I'm going to read from my notes now. Oh, good news, there's coffee. There's a coffee break in the Globe until 4, and then booths are located on the ground floor, posters are located on the first floor, and this program here, plenary, will resume at 4:45 in this auditorium with a plenary session, panel discussion on Open Research Europe. Did I miss anything? Then you can all get coffee, I suppose.
You got it right. So coffee break begins now, and we will start promptly at 4:45. So if you could all please make sure that you're back here. But before we do that, some thank you gifts for our panelists. Thank you. And if I may, also a round of applause for Brecht as our moderator. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone is sufficiently caffeinated and blood sugar levels have been restored. Please take your seats as quickly as you can. It'd be much appreciated. Everyone, please come on in and take a seat. We need to get started. Try. I was just going to say Pierre Meunier from panelist. Is that okay? Come on in, come on in. Give it one more minute. If I could please ask everybody to take their seats as quickly as possible, would be most grateful. For those of you who are lingering around, I am taking note and will sternly reprimand you later. Just kidding. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Please don't be shy to take seats in the front rows. We're not in college anymore, so no need to be shy. Okay, thank you. Please come to the front row. Okay, I feel like we have a decent number of folks back in the room, and so with no further ado, I would like to invite the moderator for our next panel, Pierre Meunier, who is the co-coordinator of operas, and his fellow panelists, to please come up to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start this panel. So welcome to this panel where we will discuss a rising topic, at least in Europe, in the larger open science context, which is equitable publishing. So for some years, indeed, in Europe, several initiatives at different levels have been promoting the idea that, as such, open is not enough, because it's far from correcting the inequities of the current scholarly communication system. So, of course, I will not list the different initiatives that push the agenda on this topic, because I'm sure that our speakers will do that better than me. But I'd like, however, to mention two related initiatives that give some concrete reality to this topic of equitable publishing. What does it mean concretely? The first initiative I'd like to mention is the development of the Diamond OA model, of course, a model where the scientific community owns and controls all content-related elements of the publication, and where the publication is open to all authors and readers without any fee. The second example of equitable publishing is the development of the Open Research Europe platform as a potential driver to achieve a more equitable publishing ecosystem in Europe. And this panel, with our distinguished speakers, will focus on it as they represent organizations that relate to equitable publishing in some ways, and more specifically to ORE, to the development of ORE platform, the Open Research Europe platform. So, without further ado, let's start with the presentations from our speakers, and we will start with the presentation from Victoria Tsukala, who is Policy Officer at the European Commission, Directorate General for Research and Innovation. She works on the development, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of policies in open science and scholarly communication. And Victoria, you have a gadget, which is the remote to display your slides. So let's start.
Yes, I am Victoria, and today is the... Can you hear already? You can, thank you. Great to be here. So yes, Victoria, and today is the 15th of September, not the 17th. So I will I will introduce to you the policy context behind Open Research Europe. For those of you who do not know it, Open Research Europe is the open access publishing platform of the European Commission that we launched, for which we have big plans, which we are trying now to implement with collaborators. So I will give you some of this background, especially from the policy perspective. Just very quickly, we launched in March 2021, and it serves all the EU-funded programs. It has an innovative post-publication peer review model. Articles and peer reviews are open in CC BY licenses. And it's growing steadily, you know, not in the speed of light, but it's growing very well. We're very content, and you can see the number of involved researchers as well as institutions thus far. But where did ORE, as we like to call it, grow up from? How did it come about? It is actually an integral part of the European research area, and my colleague Pandelis mentioned it earlier. The European research area is this framework for developing research and innovation policies in consultation across Europe, which emerged around 2000, and it's actually enshrined in the EU treaties. It's very critical to the EU research and innovation system and to us in framing our policies. And most recently, it got, let's say, a revamping with a communication in 2020. And guess who's there? ORE is already there. So the Commission promises to develop this platform in order to support integrating publicly funded research in a seamless European space, which also, of course, is in the context of the European Open Science Cloud. So actually, ORE serves one of the critical elements of European research area, which is the free circulation of knowledge. So the European research area supports or envisions, let's say, a unified European space where people, ideas, and research circulate freely. And all this is, of course, to the benefit of society and of innovation. It is also to say ORE is also very deeply embedded in our Horizon policies. So by publishing in ORE, one complies to our Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe, the current framework program for research and innovation, open access requirement, which is actually not to publish in open access, but to deposit in a repository in open access, and ORE is connected to Zenodo and deposits in Zenodo, hence whoever publishes there meets our requirement. Further, open science, as my colleague told you earlier, is very important. It's very important in Horizon Europe, and we're hoping it's going to be at least as important in the next framework program. It is a horizontal principle, so open science encompasses a variety of practices, and ORE gives a good opportunity to our researchers to become acquainted with those practices, such as open peer review, preprinting, and all these things, or a transparent model for publishing. And also, we do think that ORE enriches the current publishing environment in the sense that it has been launched and initiated in a non-profit mode for the public good, explicitly so, by a funder for researchers. So soon after, actually, we developed a vision for the future of ORE, which, of course, we cannot do alone. So the vision is for a collective, a trusted, top-quality, collectively supported service for the public good, which is driven, owned, and financed, of course, with no author fees. So we would like to transition gradually, and of course, ORE does not have APCs, the Commission pays for it, to help gradually transition to that model that is actually ultimately purely diamond. Let's say one of the aspects of diamond publishing is that there are no eligibility barriers, and this is an ultimate goal that is supported by an open source infrastructure that is attractive for researchers and that enriches the current landscape. Our vision, which has been expressed, I think, eloquently and put into paper with the collaboration of numerous, mostly national funders, but also research institutions, and Katharina here from the Austrian National Funder is one of them. We expressed it in this scoping report that was published in September 2024, and you can see the 10 principles that should drive collectively funded ORE and the reasoning behind it, as well as the ambition behind it. I have to say that we did find a very conducive, supportive political environment with 2 consecutive council conclusions that support opening up and specifically research publishing with a European approach. For example, during the French presidency, the council conclusions on research assessment and the implementation of open science have a whole section, number 2, on a European approach and capacity for academic publishing and scholarly communication. While, of course, the familiar to most or all of us, I would say, 2023 Swedish Council conclusions that are focused on equity and trustworthy scholarly publishing, supporting trust, diversity, openness, and integrity, of course, in scholarship publishing, are very much supportive to this idea, and both actually explicitly mention ORE and encourage the member states of the EU to participate in ORE and or organize internally, nationally in their countries, relevant activities. So since 2022, more or less the middle of that time, we have been working with about more than 10 funders and research institutions, and we are working to implement the vision, and the EC has facilitated this work. So we have engaged with these organizations, mostly national funders. We have supported studies to understand how we can implement our vision for a collectively supported ORE, how much it would cost, what does it mean organizationally, technologically. And the Commission has facilitated studies such that we transition to a collective governance, operation, and financing that is supported by these funders and research institutions, as well as by the Commission. And I think we are getting there. We are closer than ever. And I think all these colleagues are involved. We are discussing who will operate ORE, for example, and we have been discussing with CERN. We will not hide it. It's not something final, but this is something that we are all very comfortable with. And we are waiting for decision makers, actually, to decide for that. The Commission will support and fund fund ORE and is actually also funding the public knowledge project to work on the open journal systems so that it can service the ORE workflow in the future. I think this was as a background and a little bit of the work that we've been doing, and our timeline is we will have something operational before the end of next year. So I will hand on to the next colleagues, probably.
Thank you very much, Victoria. So you said that your intention was to share the governance of ORE with other types of funders, organizations, and particularly national funders. So let's hear the perspective from a national funder, and let's continue with Katharina Rick, who works at as Open Science Manager of the Austrian Science Fund, the FWF. In this role, she is responsible for the strategic development and implementation of the FWF's open science agenda. She coordinates funding programs to support open access publications and infrastructures, and she is responsible for the FWF research data management strategy. Katharina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As Victoria mentioned, there are some stakeholders and organizations currently working together with the EC on trying to support ORE in a different way. The FWF is one of these organizations, and I wanted to share with you what the FWF has done in the past regarding open access to equitable publishing, to Diamond Open Access, but in general about open access initiatives. Before I do so, I would like to introduce the Austrian Science Fund to you, because I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the FWF. The Austrian Science Fund is Austria's national funding agency for basic research. We are an independent, publicly financed national funding organization. We fund all disciplines, so from social sciences and humanities to life sciences and natural sciences and technical sciences. We only have reviewers from abroad. We are a quite small country. That's why we only have reviewers from abroad. And in 2024, our the grants that we approved were worth 407.8 million euros. As for open access, we've been very active in this field for many years. So we started funding open access articles back in 2000, already before the Berlin Declaration, one of the founding documents of the open access movement, was initiated or was developed. The year after, and we were one of the first signatories to this Berlin Declaration, a year after that we launched our first open access policy. So we do have an open access policy for publications now already for over 20 years. In 2009 we had one of the first open access book funding programs worldwide. And since 2011 we fund Diamond Open Access publishing models and also open access infrastructures. In 2013, we had a dedicated funding program for the support of open access journals. Since 2021, we are Plan S compliant, so our policy is aligned with several other funding agencies worldwide. And since 2024, we provide open access block grants to different research institutions in Austria. This program was developed, so we did have a program before that to support open access publishing, but then changed this into the block grant that exists now since 2024. And as you could see, since we have quite long history already with policy developments and open access in general, we have a quite high compliance rate with our policy. Almost every year, almost all publications resulting from FWF projects are open access. And this actually also showed in survey results that we received or that we published just 2 weeks ago. The FWF, on a regular basis, so the last time was 10 years ago and this year again, we ask Austrian researchers how they are doing. Basically, we asked them different questions, and one of the questions was, how would you rate the implementation of the following FWF funding programs and measures? And as you can see here, open science activities, promotion of open science, is rated the best there. So the Austrian researchers, and there were more than 3,000 researchers responding to this survey, they really like what we are doing in this field. However, we also asked them, how do you feel about the following proposed reforms for the research system? And as you can see there, it's not enough what we are doing. They even want stronger promotion of open science. So that, on the one hand, shows us what we are doing is good, but we should do more. So what are we doing at the moment? We support open access in different ways. We do have our open access block grant. I was already mentioning that. We do support Diamond open access journals, open science infrastructures, and we do have our open access book program. Let me just give you a brief update, or just quickly talk about the open access block grant. This, as I mentioned before, replaced a program that existed before for many, many years. And this is granted once a year to Austrian research institutions to support the funding of open access publications, resulting entirely or in part from FWF-funded projects. The block grant can be used to support, on the one hand, gold open access journals, transformative agreements until the end of 2027, but also open access platforms and alternative open access publishing platforms. We also, and I mentioned that, we also support Diamond open access and open science infrastructures. And there are several initiatives that we have been supporting for many years. And you can see all the different logos, and for most of you, they will be familiar. So it's Scope 3, DOHA, Open Library of Humanities, SciPost, Europe PubMed Central, Open Knowledge Maps, Archive, OAPEN, Open Access Switchboard, or ORCID. These are all initiatives that we've been funding for many years. And since, and you saw it in the results of the survey, since the Austrian researchers asked us, or they want more promotion of open science, we are very happy to say that we are in support of ORE, and we also signed the Statement of Intent on Open Research Europe, together with, I think at the time there were 11 other organizations that want to collectively support ORE. And we see that as a next step, because we have supported many other initiatives already. So ORE is for us a next step in support of open science. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Thank you very much, Katharina. So far we had two perspectives from two different founders, and now let's move to different types of organizations. So it's pretty clear why ORE is so interesting for you as founders in your strategy to support open science and equitable publishing. But let's hear from a different types of organization. The name of it is CERN. I don't know if you have ever heard about it. Small organization somewhere in Switzerland, apparently. And let's hear. Let me introduce Alexander Kors, who is the head of the CERN Scientific Information Service, to share his views about precisely the development of the Open Research Europe and equitable publishing. And in this role, Alexander spearheads numerous organizations' efforts in open science and scholarly communication, alongside overseeing the CERN library and archive. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before talking about Open Research Europe, I thought I'd maybe tell you a bit more about our history about CERN. Why do we also would like to get involved? Why do we feel we can contribute something? And history of CERN for us actually starts 70 years ago. CERN was created pretty much 71 years ago. And in its founding convention, our member states gave us several important operating principles. And the most important, at least in my view, is, and the results of its experimental and theoretical work shall be published or otherwise made generally available. Today, we read this as a early open science mandate, and we base our activities in this domain on that statement. But what open science means has evolved, of course, a lot over time. Just a few highlights of the last 35, 36 years. We began sharing preprints actually much earlier. We started sharing preprints with the rest of the world back in the 1950s. We added open source software as a key principle, and one of the most prominent examples probably everyone knows is the World Wide Web, which was developed at CERN in 1989 and then released to the public domain. Many open science initiatives at CERN, generally many initiatives at CERN, originate from enthusiastic individuals on the ground. A great example is the CERN Open Hardware License that was first released in 2011. and today is basically the standard for sharing open source hardware. In 2022, we finally combined all the different initiatives that we have on open science in our first institutional open science policy. Today, we see open science as a complex, holistic concept that combines open access to publications, data, software, and hardware, supported by a framework of policies and infrastructure, as well as the right incentives for researchers to follow these principles. But to be honest, we are not there yet on all of them. We achieved quite a different level of maturity in the different aspects of open science. And for all of them, it is a journey that takes several iterations. Open access to publications is surely the most advanced at CERN. We have had an open access policy since 2014, requiring all CERN publications to be available in their final peer-reviewed version, applying a CC BY license. In the meantime, we have achieved that 96% of CERN authored articles were published open access. You saw the announcement of the Open Science Report earlier. You will also find the statistics in there. And we have done this by providing CERN authors with a wide range of mechanisms to make it as easy as possible, in fact, for them to follow the policy. This includes also several transformative agreements with commercial publishers, which we have now a lot. You see we have agreements with more than 4,000 journals. However, recently we have put more and more emphasis on non-commercial models, and in particular on Diamond Open Access approach. We have supported, of course, arXiv for many years, which is very critical for our domain. We have sponsored several Diamond Open Access journals. We signed up for Subscribe to Open models, etc. A guiding principle in our discipline, in particle physics, is international collaboration. We heard it also in the morning in the introduction from Kamran and Charlotte. Let me take CMS as an example to show you what that means. There are 4,000 researchers, engineers, technicians, students working together from all over the world. In fact, they come from 240 institutions from 50 countries and collaborate based on simple collaboration agreements or MOUs, and a lot of goodwill amongst all of them. So collaboration has been a driving force for CERN for many decades. But we don't only apply it to physics experiments, but also to our open science initiatives. We realized that a collective approach works best also for addressing open science challenges, which brings us to the collective idea of Aura. But let me show you another example first. Scope 3 was already mentioned also by Katharina. Scope 3, for those who don't know, is an international collaboration of around 3,000 libraries, research institutes, and research-performing organizations and funding agencies that work together as a partnership to make open access possible in our discipline. And collectively, they have transformed 11 journals in our discipline, which basically represents about 95% of all journal publications in particle physics. And it's not only that they work together by financing publications, they really work together as a team. They really work together in a collaborative effort. CERN acts as a host organization. We host the Scope 3 collaboration like we host the CMS collaboration. A fun fact, the legal documents for Scope 3 are basically based on the same collaboration agreements that we use for CMS. So we exported our experience from the particle physics experiments to open science experiments. And all the decisions in this collaboration are taken collectively by a governing body, by the Scope 3 Governing Council, who meets once a year here typically at CERN, and then really takes the decisions what should happen in the future. What is nice is it's not only 45 countries. That's the supporting countries that are members of Scope 3. But in these 11 journals that are covered, authors from more than 110 countries published there, because we really wanted to make it as a very equitable model, and we built in a mechanism to finance also publications from countries that cannot afford to contribute to Scope 3. So what comes next? I believe CERN has some very relevant experience. Scope 3 is one of them, an open access collaborative effort. Zenodo clearly is another one where we have demonstrated the world that we can build and operate a very nice and now very well accepted open access repository. I hope we can also play a very active role in Open Research Europe. For sure, we would like to get involved. We are now discussing very actively with DEC, with Katharina, and with the other funders participating a possible role of CERN. Now, CERN is an international organization. All our decisions, our major decisions, depend on our member states, so that's why there's still a bit of discussion going on for a formal approval of a possible project proposal. But I hope that we will soon also be able to announce a concrete proposal that what CERN can play as a role in ORAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. So our final speaker comes from overseas, so that's an honor that you are with us, Juan Pablo, and he operates he works in a global organization, an organization that operates at global level and particularly to support the development of equitable publishing. So it's my pleasure to give the floor to Juan Pablo Alperin, who is the Scientific Director of the Public Knowledge Project, aka PKP. He's Associate Professor in the Publishing Program and co-director of the Scholarly Communication Lab at Simon Fraser University, Canada. Juan Pablo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you very much, and for the invitation to be here and for the chance to participate here. I think many of you have probably heard of the Public Knowledge Project before, of PKP, and you think of PKP as a software development shop creating open journal systems, but I'm here to, in some sense, reintroduce it to you as a research initiative. And you know, PKP right now is a core research facility of Simon Fraser University. It was always, for many years, didn't actually have any other status than as a research project. And we've only become a core research facility of a university a few years ago because we are at the core a research project. And even if we go back to the very origins, when OGS was created in 2001, it was already very much created as an experiment around whether or not it was possible, by the creation of free open source software that could be made available to journals, allow them to, in the transition to moving online, be able to leave behind subscriptions. And if you sort of go back to some of those early publications and the first writings about OGS, really has this very much at the core of being, we are experimenting whether or not the provision of these kind of open source tools can help shape what the publishing models that underlie everything that we do in the communication of research. Today, the focus is, I would say, much more around, as we have seen the growth of publishing from around the world. Much of the work that we're trying to do is sort of continue to support alternative publishing models to ensuring that the research that's published everywhere in the world can be connected to each other and to everyone working on doing research in equitable ways. And again, this continues to underline everything that we do at PKP. And the software itself is one key intervention that we're doing, and then that we're then trying to understand in how we try to shape the work that we do. This publication, now a couple of years old, continues to probably be, if you're going to read one thing about trying to better understand PKP and not just understand the software that we do, but understand the role that we're trying to play, is probably the best place to go and look, because in it we sort of document the tens of thousands of journals that are using our software, but also trying to explain the bibliodiversity that they come with. We sort of, in their show at that time in 2022, we estimated about 25,000 journals using open journal systems. In our most recent count, we're estimating that there's over 50,000 journals actively publishing using the software. There's a big part of that right now is in Indonesia, where there's been a huge explosion in publishing. But as you can see, there are journals using open journal systems sort of everywhere in the world. And anyone that's doing active research, it's part of the research work that we're doing and looking to see, and we've been able to start linking using OpenAlex to be able to identify publications from different institutions. I've been starting to go to places and looking up how many researchers from that institution have actually already published using OJS. And I almost assure you that if you're an active researcher, at some point during your research, you have read an article that was published on OJS, if not yourself, submitted to a journal, and you might not know it because the journal is just sort of, the software is operating there in the background. So there's a whole world of scholarship that's out there, and it's being enabled and supported by tools like OJS. I won't spend too long because I really want us to be able to get to the part where we get to have some discussions and conversations about ORE. But to give you a bit of a highlight, these 50,000 plus journals around the world are published in over 60 languages. They're covering, and I won't say every discipline, but it is the whole range of disciplines, but it won't necessarily be every single topic. We've got some nice publications actually in the works right now looking at the topics that are published in OJS that aren't found anywhere else and not found in other databases. Most of these journals and some of the most recent research that we've done now and some surveys of the journals using our software have confirmed what we've largely known, that most of the journals using our software are largely scholar-owned. Most of them are published in fairly small installations, the installations averaging less than 3 journals per installation, so they tend to be sort of small, scholar-led publishing. And they're almost exclusively, and I wish I could say it's 100%, but there is like less than 0.5% of the journals that are having some kind of subscription, but for either 99.8 or so % of the journals are published in some form of open access. And there's a whole other presentation to be had around the different business models and ownership structures. But just to give you a sense that these 50,000 journals are a very diverse group published from everywhere in the world, and they're distributed in these small scholar-led publications. These are things that are at the core of what PKP does. But I'm saying PKP is a research initiative because understanding the kinds of scholarship that's out there, and that's why that publication I pointed to earlier, where we're really trying to help shape what the conversation is of what we consider to be scholarship, needs to include this diverse and distributed publications that are everywhere in the world. And we see it as an important part of our job, not just to create the software that enables it, but also to try to better understand, describe, and shape the narrative that makes sure that that scholarship is connected and is considered as an important part of the scholarly record and the scholarly efforts of all of us. So let me turn to the topic of ORE and how it is that we think that ORE is supporting this diversity. And that the move towards trying to move ORE to using and relying on an open source software, and the decision that was made through that tender that we competed and what we wanted, that we managed to be able to win, to be able to say, we think that ORE can work based on OJS, means that now that the efforts to continue to operate ORE, to have it grow and to continue to be sustained, means that those efforts, all of those features, such as the post-publication peer review, the open peer review tools, the production tools that we're building into the software, all of the bug fixes and all of the enhancements that have been done, are in the process of being done for the launch next year, and that are going to continue as OJS is underpinning the work of ORE, means that all of those features are now going to be available not just for those publishing on the ORE platform, but they're going to be available to actually every single one of those 50,000 plus journals that are using the software around the world. Our interest in sort of competing and trying to have OJS be this foundation was because we saw it not just as a way of bringing the software to a high visibility project for something that's important within the European community, but also because we saw the alignment between the roadmap and the features that were required for it to be able to work as the foundation for ORE, as something that we really wanted to be able to bring to the rest of the community. And it's allowed us to accelerate the timeline of many of the developments that we had in line for this work. And so it is not just that ORE is going to be a fork and there's going to be an OJS version that is completely different for ORE, but rather ORE will be the next release of Open Journal Systems that's coming out next year using OJS 3.6. And the future versions of ORE are going to be kept up to date with the new releases of OJS. So features that are added, enhancements that are sought after here, PKP is going to continue to be involved to make sure that those developments continue to be available on the standard releases of OJS so that every journal that relies on our software is able to benefit from the investments in work and the strength that's going to be coming to OJS through its use as part of ORE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. So thank you very much to all speakers for their wonderful presentations. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Prepare your questions to ask to the different speakers. But just before that, I will use my small privilege as moderator. That's the only one I have. So to ask the first question to the speakers, because when I listened to all of you, I understood how ORE was part of your strategy, global strategy of supporting diverse ways and different initiatives to push forward open science in general and equitable publishing in particular. But what I didn't hear enough, in my opinion, is what makes ORE so peculiar, so unique, so specific for you, different from the others. And I would add another question in my first question, which is, how is it promoting or supporting specifically equitable publishing? How equitable is it specifically? How is it unique, etc.? So there is no order. Who would like to start? You can take the mic. Who wants to start? Yes.
I can start. For us, it's different in a way because it has the open peer review aspect. So ORE offers the opportunity to really try the publish, review, curate model. So so that means, and I think Felix Reda was the one who said that in the last panel discussion, it's not about the product, the end product, but it's really the process, opening the process of having the peer review openly available. And about equitable publishing or equity in general, I think the aspect that it's not the authors and it's and not the readers who pay. I think that aspect is really very equitable.
Thank you. Who else wants?
Alex? Because on that, not the authors pay, not the readers pay. So that's basically what we achieved with Scope 3 for our discipline, but it's a very niche product. And I believe an initiative like ORE, supported by 12 or maybe more funders and the Commission, that can really create scale to the level that it is out of the niche, that can really then demonstrate long-term sustainability of such a model, equitable to everyone, and also inviting maybe other initiatives to join, and maybe other learned societies or other communities to join the platform, to leverage that, and also, for instance, leverage with other institutional services. With OJS, of course, we also will have a very high level of interoperability of tools that exist already across the world. So it will create probably at one point an entire ecosystem that will just be equitable to everyone, funded by a community of the willing, how they sometimes call it today. Or?
Juan Pablo, and after that.
Because it's a little bit echoing what Alex is saying. It's about being able to demonstrate that these kind of models of being able to do things using a diamond model, relying on open source, in ways that the investments that get made benefit a larger community, and thinking that you can have a distributed world of publishing, but that there can still be mechanisms by which you can support that distributed network, and you can show how that can operate at scale. I've mentioned most of the installations of OJS tend to be for smaller scholar-led journals, but for us, this is a way of demonstrating that that same model, the same approach, the same tooling can also operate at a much larger scale. In this case, at a continental scale, that continues to be a diamond model. And this is an example that other people can then draw on and seeing how these investments made here benefit them. And so others can take that same approach of saying, oh yes, we can also be making investments within our different contexts, but making sure that those investments are able to create this world in which we don't have the inequitable process of article processing charges and so on.
But maybe not only the continental scale, right? We started now out of Europe, that's what you said once, but hopefully it grows much further.
Victoria has something to say about that.
So I think we discussed a lot the name also, Open Research Europe, because it is an open invitation and will be open invitation to others, other institutions, other funders. So we have, you know, a coalition of the willing, or to start with, but it's by no means a closed club, quite the opposite. And I think in our idea from the beginning, as Alex said, I mean, we saw the potential of scale, the potential of scaling this gradually. So we've already had, like, for next year, it will be the first 5 years of ORE. We have another 5-year round, which is the commitment of the funding organizations and institutions who are coming in. It has the potential to scale a more equitable, and equitable in many sense. I mean, I would say, okay, there will be, I mean, we are going to the diamond notion of equitable, where anyone can publish in a step-by-step process, as we are also configuring how much it actually costs to fund this. But I think the idea from the beginning is that it is equitable in all possible ways, and I think we have a lot to learn, and the organizations that will really hold the reins in the governance to learn from doing, actually. So yes, this is the idea. The scalability, I think, will be quite an interesting element of this, you know, collaboration by funders for the public good and institutions to be seen. But it looks good, I think.
Thank you very much. So it's absolutely clear that we have a strong roadmap driven by values and the willingness to transform those values into concrete reality and to implement that at continental or worldwide level, who knows. Okay, so thank you very much for your answers. And now we can go for the questions in the room, in the audience. Who wants to raise your hand? Yes, I have one question here on the left. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the complete panel. My question, though, is for Victoria. Hi, my name is Juri Bot. I am the Deputy Director of the University Library in Amsterdam, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And listening to your talk, you use a lot of terms: gradually, not replace, keeping it optional. And for us as library administrators, it's very hard to convince researchers to step away from the high impact factors, from the Elsevier's and the Springer Natures. So why do you use these kind of terms, and shouldn't we build a revolution instead of a gradual approach?
Victoria.
I have a little bit the same question. So for the moment, the researcher, why do they publish in Nature or Science? Or it's for the visibility of their publication, to be able to share with the community. So my question, and also probably to get funding, to get the next funding. So would you, as the European Commission of the Austrian funding agency, see a better project if the publications are published in ORE rather than in, I don't know, Nature or other high impact factor journal? Would it be a kind of better impact to have publication in ORE, seen by the funding agency?
Okay, so let's have the two funders answering those questions.
I can start if you want. I think the other colleagues also have a say in this for sure. Definitely, I mean, the platform will be optional. We will not tell researchers where to publish, but we do tell them that we want open access, and we do offer options to them. So indeed, ORE is one of the options that we offer to them, and it's also an option that aligns with practicing open science. Now, indeed, the first question, what you said, of course, I think the only negative thing that and the only persistent question that we get on ORE thus far from researchers and authors who like the model, actually they find it very transparent. It's both in terms of the publishing process, of the service they're getting, they find it very good. There are a lot of different types of publishing, innovative, etc. But of course, it doesn't align with the way they are assessed, right? So that's a little issue right there. So, I mean, of course, in the Commission, we do have a relevant policy on that, and at the European level, and you know that. So for me, when all these funders that are coming on board with the Commission support publishing in ORE, it means that they will support it in their countries, right? So they will, the climate will start changing about this. So I think there will be more support for this kind, not just ORE, but for these types of initiatives that will materialize also in the policies and the way the policies change. Definitely of the funders, and I think the funders have done a lot in the past few years, or are doing a lot in terms of reassessing the assessment criteria of research, but of course it's also up to the institutions in the future, right? So that was the one thing. And so the second, of course, we cannot tell them where to publish. What we can do and we want to do in the future, and it is a challenge for ORE, and everyone knows it, and I think all the organizations that are involved, including the Commission and the other funders and institutions, will spend resources to bring in the scientific communities. So it is a combination of activities that have to do with policy, with actually bringing in the researchers. So if researchers or a group of researchers, or as Alex said, like societies, you know, who work together and like to publish together, right, may see the benefits together, we are giving them a very good tool. So I'm very hopeful, actually. I do understand the challenge, however.
Katerina, your perspective?
Yeah. It's the same for the Austrian Science Fund. What the Commission just said, it will not be a requirement to publish in ORE, but it's an option. It's an additional option to publishing in any other journal. And as for the assessment, I think what we see now with COARA, there are these recommendations that also open reviews should be valued more in the research assessment process. So I think that should be together, ORE and COARA, that's where they come together. And I think that should be the next steps to also value those open reviews then.
Thank you very much.
But I think you hit the nail on the top. The real success that we hope for ORE can only work if really research assessment criteria will also change. If you are assessed that you have to publish in whatever top 10 petal journal, then you will not use ORE. So we have to, in parallel, also engage with initiatives like COARA, and all the funders that participate have to engage with their national rules to adjust that.
Thank you. So we have a question on the right side. Can you present yourself and ask your question, please? No? No. Someone told me, I saw that there was a question. Okay, please.
This isn't that question, but I want to ask specifically Juan Pablo, just to underscore, I think the statement that you just made about PKP being a research initiative is pretty significant. And I wonder if you can speak more about what it means to have infrastructure and research really married together like this, rather than what we normally see, which is kind of a bifurcated, excuse me, research and infrastructure strands.
I think fundamentally what it means is that the work that we're doing in building the infrastructure is going to be values aligned with the work of academia. Like, we are operating as an academic project with all of the ethics of academia, with all of the philosophy and approach of trying to ensure that sort of openness and equity they're baked into the work that researchers do all of the time. And we've sort of bring that on, and we're applying it to the software infrastructure that we're building. We've been sort of pushing that the organizations and the underlying infrastructures in academia should be, and just like we want the journals to be scholar-owned and scholar-led, because that's a way of trying to bring in those academic values in the operations. For us, we think it's a pretty important sort of, it's a core part of the PKP identity, and something that we in different moments when we've been encouraged or tried to think about taking it out of the university because of what that might mean in terms of as an organization, we've always realized that if we did that, it would, in some sense, diminish our credibility and our standing, and it would maybe start pulling us astray in a different direction. Remaining as a core facility and as a research project that has that as its underlying roots, I think, is part of bringing the values into the core, the very parts of the infrastructure. And as part of the open science, when the UNESCO recommendation brings in open infrastructures as part of the definition of open science and how it thinks about it, we think that we try to embody that, and we have always in the 28 years or so that we've been in existence.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. So we have a little bit less than 10 minutes. So don't hesitate to ask your questions. So we can start with this one. Can you introduce yourself as well before?
Yes, hi. I'm Kathleen Shearer, the executive director of CORE. And well, this is more of a kind of a comment/proposal than it is a question. And I was talking to Juan Pablo about this in the break, but I just think for the next version of ORE, it would be really great if ORE could connect with some external peer review communities using the core notify technology, because there are these peer review communities that exist out there that are doing great jobs that are part of their own communities. And I would point to Peer Community In, for example, in France. And they've established those peer review communities, so it's less likely that they will go to ORE and move their practice there. But the Core Notify, which is being adopted by many preprint servers, allows authors to request reviews in external peer review services. So I think that would make ORE less of a, shall we, siloed infrastructure and connect it with some of the other innovative communities that are growing up around Publish, Review, Curate.
Kathleen, before I give the floor to Juan Pablo, in case not everyone is aware about what is Notify and how it works, can you explain in 1 or 2 minutes what is it?
Yeah. So this is just a protocol that allows, using linked data notification, that allows an author to request a review. They deposit their article into, or a preprint into a repository or a preprint server, and they can request a review from an external peer review service.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's not necessarily for Juan Pablo. I mean, he and I already talked about it. So it may be more for the people who are running ORE and thinking about what the future functionality might be.
Now, indeed, I think, and I'm hoping that when ORE becomes collectively managed, governed, etc., it will become more open, it will be a lot more flexible than now that it is with the Commission. We have very strict rules, we have procurement. I mean, changing anything at all is very, very difficult. So we are hoping that it will be a lot more connected and that the technology will be able to support this.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say around the technology is that, one of the things that is nice about this being based on OJS and it being such a community, widely used in the community piece of software, it means that when those features become available, and as you know, we've done some experimentations and some using of Core Notify and building those things into OJS are definitely possible, and they're things that can be tried at different journals out in the community, and we can develop those technologies, and then they can be brought in. We've been wanting to do open peer review, and I can find tickets going back to at least 2012 that there's been requests in the community for open peer review to be built into OJS. But it wasn't until there was a use case of someone that was willing to put some resources behind developing it, and enough of a use case to know we know this is going to be used in this place, that now we've developed it with the funding that we received from the European Commission so that it's going to be available for ORE. Now we think that now there's a possibility that this is going to now be starting to be taken up by all of those smaller journals that maybe just wanted to experiment it but didn't have the resources to have it be developed. And it'll be the same thing for things like this of wanting to connect journals to different peer review services or any other kinds of services that I think we'll now see that as soon as someone wants to develop those things, we can start seeing those things spread organically across the community, including in ORE, if that's where the people managing and the communities managing ORE want it to go.
Thank you. So 4 minutes left, so prepare your most urgent questions if you have some. And here on the right, introduce yourself before.
Yeah, so I'm Stanley Fayez. I'm the program manager of recognition and rewards in the Netherlands. And we actually work with this issue of recognizing. I'm a bit getting tired of this discussion of that everybody wants to publish in Nature and Science. This is a very limited view. Maybe 5 years ago was correct. The PIs want it. The PhDs want speed. So if you actually talk to PhDs, they don't want to publish in Nature and Science, spending 2 years with the review process. And if any other alternative also takes so long, it's actually not the scientists want. They want the speed, they want accuracy, and they want good comments. So I would say it's time to actually go away and protect people who want to have fast and accurate publishing from these myths that everybody wants to publish in Nature and Science, which at the end is, 10⁻⁴ of all the publications which are out there. The rest of the people publish in journals, and they just want the accuracy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any reaction from the floor? No? Yes?
I mean, I would say, yes, but I would have to come back to say, however, that we encounter very often, why is ORE not listed in lists? So it has to do very much with a research assessment. I mean, and also the innovative process. So it essentially is a, you know, how do we call it, PRC model, publish, review, curate model. It's, I mean, we were discussing with the Italian Agency for Evaluation for a very long time. I mean, this is not something that they understood very well. It took a long time to convince them. So there are a lot of novelties there, including actually the publishing model, not just that the fact that it doesn't have a journal impact factor, that are, you know, are demanding of researchers. So we may understand why it takes a while.
But the fact that you say that, I think, makes me believe it's really the right time. We have the efforts around research assessment changes. We have now a collective initiative like Aura. We have statements like yours that also the community is ready for that. I think there will be a change now.
Thank you. Another comment or
it's a question, Didier Torny, CNRS. So we're talking about a publishing platform, but do you want to make it a mega journal, considering the number of funders? Potentially you have many more offers and articles, or would you do it as community-based, and how do you do it? That is, there's a journal for whatever microbiology or whatever sociology or linguistics. How do you envision this? Because it could be very different if it's a mega platform on one side, or if it's linked to specific disciplinary or problem-based communities.
Short
I think,
answer,
and maybe the colleagues can contribute, I mean, to the discussions we've been having for a while. The idea is that it should go down to researchers. It's for the researchers, right? So it serves all the communities, but I think what we would like to see in the future is that some communities, probably you will not have it in every, I mean, it's available for everyone, and there are bespoke policies, let's say, in the humanities, but I think maybe specific communities would like to embrace it, and there will be experiments with various communities, right, to bring them closer so that, you know, so that they run the show effectively.
But I think we also want to move away from that idea of a journal. So it's a mega journal in the sense that we want to be open to all disciplines, and we hope that we will have have thousands of publications in there every year. But we will have specific communities that have their specific needs, their specific also review standards that we would like to support on one platform.
Okay, thank you. So Cameron gave me 3 minutes for the last question. Thank you very much, and that will be the last one. It should be brief, and the answer should be brief as well. Please.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Juan Pablo, on having a vision to make sure that the work that you are going to do with the European Commission will benefit the smaller journals all over the world. My question is that on ORI, is there a vision or is there a will to expand it? I know I'm probably in the wrong room. I'm from South Africa. It's a European project, but I don't believe in having a half-open or open world, because if we live in that society, open science is not going to move forward. And if the build of ORE is to be equitable, and one of these equitable is to make sure that knowledge or participation is for everyone. Is there a will to do this? Is there a will to invite funders from the developing world or from the global south to participate in this program? Thank you.
I don't regret giving you the floor for this perfect final question, so a short comment from the speakers who wants to do that, and it will be over.
I think we said it, no, yes. Resounding yes is the answer. It started by some funders because, I mean, actually there was a lot of convincing to do and a lot of discussions and things to be figured out, and I think now they're quite figured out to a very high extent. So then soon I think you will be able actually to open the door to others, so from any country I would assume, so yeah.
So the door is open.
Absolutely. So going back to Scope 3 example, we started with only also around 20 countries. We now have 45. So I hope we will reach at one point the same for Aura.
I can also add that I think part of the selection of OJS as this background was because there was an understanding that there would be a greater impact. And even though this is coming and currently funded from the European Commission, that there was an understanding that the choice of, and it was part of the criteria was around the community impact of choosing an open source solution so that it would benefit others around the world. And I'll say that from the PKP perspective, we are also always making sure that when things get developed that we don't have any sort of dominant players in the community dictating what the software does. We chose to participate in this because we knew we could align this with what we're hearing as the demands from the global community. And most of around 80% of the journals using OJS are in the global south. But we knew that the features that were being asked for as part of this platform were features that were going to be actually used and were requested already by people working in journals from everywhere in the world. So it's an important commitment on our part to continue to ensure that the platform gets developed with that global community as part of the focus and not letting any one funder or any one group dominate which direction the software development goes.
Katarina, last word.
Yeah, I can just support what was just said. It will be possible to also engage more. So this is really just the start. And we are welcoming other funders who are interested and other institutions that are interested. So if you're interested in Aura and the future of Aura, then please start contacting us.
Okay, so thank you very much. You have been fantastic, the speakers and the audience, for this lively conversation about Aura and equitable publishing. Thank you very much.
It's a small token of our appreciation to the speakers and to our fabulous moderator, Pierre. Let's have another round of applause for him. Okay, so we're approaching the end of the day, but we have a really exciting session for you, and in order to introduce that, I would like to invite up to the stage Julia Malaguarnera from OpenAir.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, and welcome to this last session. So I would like to invite the poster and demo presenters to come here while I will introduce this session. So now, in this last session, we wanted to have a pitch of the posters and the demo contribution that we will have during these days. You will have the opportunity to engage with them during the coffee breaks at the Globe. In the grounded floor, we will have the demo during the coffee breaks. Meanwhile, at the first floor, we will have all the poster session. So, I see the people are here already. You will have just 1 minute to pitch your poster. So I would like to invite you for the contribution. So we will start with the Beyond Metrics, Catalyzing a Responsible Assessment for Open Science. Will you join? Yes, thank you.
Great. I think I should have a slide, but never mind. So, hi everyone. As you've already heard, as you know, traditional research assessment relies on narrow metrics like the journal impact factor or the H-index, which hinder the adoption of open research practices. So reforming assessment is, I think we all agree, critical for advancing open scholarship and creating a research culture centered around people and values. Responsible research assessment is an approach that incentivizes, reflects, and rewards the many characteristics of high-quality research. So let's support diverse and inclusive research cultures and move towards a more holistic view of research processes, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. So come find me in the poster session to learn about how DORA can help you to engage your colleagues, create a reform strategy, and take your first steps towards responsible research assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next contributors is presenting a socioeconomic impact of collaborative and open science data platform in a global project. So I would like to invite the contributor here. Okay. Okay. I don't have the... Can I change the slide? Okay, here. Okay, sorry for this. Okay. So no one is presenting this? Okay, we can go for the next one. The next one is the supporting policy process by assuring high-quality open science, the role of the Editorial Reviews Board of the European Commission Joint Research Center.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fabio Monforti. I am the Editor-in-Chief of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. The Joint Research Center is the scientific arm of the European Commission, and as a scientific arm, you can see here in the slide basically what we do in our daily work. We produce science. You see top left that JRC is also a stream of producing knowledge and science together, but even more importantly, you can see in the second part on the slide that we are collecting, assessing, evaluating, putting together science and knowledge from different sources, industry, research, stakeholders, scientific world, of course, trying to distillate, to make sense, and to produce knowledge that would be useful for our partner DGs, for our colleagues in Brussels, but not only to all the scientific community, and also to, in general sense, to policy making, to help to produce a better decision, to take better policy decisions, and more, in any case, a scientific sound decision. How we do it? Of course, we have to use the principle that we have discussed today. We'll discuss also in the next days, because we have to be transparent, we have to be open, you have to use robust science. And among the different bodies, the different colleagues that take care of this aspect, there is the GRC Editorial Review Board. That is a board that I have the pleasure to coordinate as the editor-in-chief of colleagues reviewing and assessing the quality of the 2,000 research products that the GRC produces every year, between reports and scientific papers. How we do it, how we face the challenges that are coming from the renovation in the scientific world, like, for example, the rise of artificial intelligence, the enormous amount of predatory journals that are increasing now. This is something that if you come to see the poster, I will have the pleasure to discuss with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next contributor is presenting Reaching for the Stars, Designing Open Science Service for All Scientific Disciplines.
Hi everybody, Reaching for the Stars. My name is Nejla Retberg. I'm based in an organization in Germany called the NFDI. It's a large national initiative bringing together many disciplinary services for RDM practices. It's vast. Our initiative, Base for NFDI, sits in the middle of that, and we're making sustainable, generic, horizontal services, bringing together many different players from the German infrastructure environment. So the services we have in the pipeline are AAI, we have terminology service, we have PID, we have knowledge graphs, we have RDM training, and we have a software marketplace. So these are all in the pipeline. Come and talk to us. It's a fascinating initiative. We have a group of people from our team here who've got the T-shirt. We're also grappling with many different themes that were raised today at the panel. We have sustainability operating models to put in place. So these are all very salient, and we're glad to be here with you. And all kinds of new roles that we're building in terms of people and the human resources part of thing, which is really fascinating. So come and meet us. We're upstairs. We have a good poster near all the food and drinks, I gather. So see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next poster is about an immersive open science experience for students, researchers.
Thank you. Coming from the back. Hi, my name is Chaz Griego. I'm a STEM librarian at Carnegie Mellon University Libraries in the United States. I'm also a former open science postdoctoral associate there, and also the first of now 3 open science postdocs there, so that's been really exciting. So my poster, I'm going to be talking about something that's essentially a course that I developed at that time, and this is kind of a model or an example you can use to help immerse undergraduate students in a intro to research class, whether you're a librarian or some other research educator, and giving them an example of jumping into the very bad, very closed products of research, and seeing how the open products on the other end can help show many benefits of openness and reproducibility. And then finally, in tandem, students get the opportunity to make their own open outputs as they're learning about the benefits of each. So feel free to check this out and come chat with me.
Thank you. Okay, let's go for advancing research assessment through knowledge-based infrastructures. Lessons from Merit Project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sebastian Major, and I want to introduce our poster about the Merit portal. Merit is a digital infrastructure developed at Berlin Institute of Health at Charité, and is designed to introduce best practices in research assessment into professional appointments. The reason for this is that the assessment should be more robust, more fair, and more transparent. The portal consists of three interfaces for the applicants. It allows a narrative structured way to provide their achievements, things like scientific impact, open science, teamwork, career stage. For reviewers, it gives a structured, quality-oriented, and bias-aware way to analyze the applications, and for the management, it gives a consistent way of oversighting the process. Currently, we are piloting the portal at Charité, and the first application of first appointment is nearly finished, and we learned quite a lot of interesting things about practical implementation of research assessment. So if you're interested, see you at the poster.
Thank you so much. The next one will present DIRNA project marks a turning point for open science in Azerbaijan universities.
Good afternoon, everyone. This slide highlights the power of the EU projects and real impact they create beyond Europe borders. The DIRNA project in Azerbaijan is a great example, with support from the partners in Turkey, Italy, and Finland. We are improving the visibility and accessibility of Azerbaijan research outputs. Our goals are clear: to establish open access repositories, to strengthen institutional capacity, and to provide training on open science and data management. This effort not only benefits from researchers in Azerbaijan, but also connect their work to the global scientific community. This reminds us that EU projects are not limited to Europe. They foster knowledge sharing, collaboration, and capacity building worldwide. By building this bridge, we make science more open, more visible, and more impactful to everyone.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to invite Stefania Modeo for the next contribution, which will be enhancing research reproducibility, Tier 2's integration with the European Open Science Cloud.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm representing today the Tier 2 project, a Horizon Europe project that addresses the reproducibility challenge with tools and resources for managing digital objects in research, in alignment with the EOS Commission. So the poster will highlight the pilot activities that have been co-created with researchers, funders, infrastructure providers and publishers, and these will include tools for different stages of the research object life cycle, from the planning stage with reproducibility management plan, workflow announcement tools, but also monitoring tools, and also institutional guidelines for funders and publishers to provide support and strengthen the adoption of reproducibility practices. Make sure to stop by. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the next contributors will speak about the data citation corpus, collaboratively advancing the evaluation of the impact of open data.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Iratxe Puebla, director of the Make Data Count initiative. And as you may guess from the name, at Make Data Count, we love open data. But what if we could actually meaningfully start evaluating the reach and impact of open data? And this is essentially the motivation behind our initiative, and one of the ways in which we are working to provide the community these meaningful ways and tools to evaluate the reach and impact of data is through the data citation corpus. And through this project, we are developing a large open aggregate of citations to data sets, leveraging community collaboration and engagement to bring together citations identified through different sources and methodologies. So where we are currently is that the corpus already includes 10 million citations to data sets, including different types of data sets with different identifiers, DOIs, accession numbers, but also citations that have been identified through metadata, through the bibliography of articles, but also important leveraging technology and methodologies to do full text mining of publications. And this is now enabling us to start getting insights about the use of data across different facets like disciplines, institutions, and repositories. And I invite you to come to the poster to learn more about the few applications of the data citation corpus and to learn more about what we plan to do next. So yeah, come by the poster.
Thank you. Perfect. I would like to invite now for the next contribution, for the next posters entitled The European Diamond Capacity Hub, Empowering the Diamond Open Access Community.
Yes, that's me. Me again, sorry. I'm like the sticky rubber, you know, you never get rid of me. So I'm here to represent the European Diamond Capacity Hub, which is a new initiative to support equitable publishing, as we discussed previously, and more particularly the Diamond OA community by providing coordination and support to this community in the European research area. So we provide a quality standard, we provide different task forces gathering the community around different topics. We provide also resources and services to support the community. We provide also a coordination team and a collective governance mechanism to really support the Diamond OA community across Europe in its full diversity. We have been supported, and we are supported by a range of different organizations, founders, research performing organizations, infrastructures, and others. You see the list on the poster, and I guess, yes, there are a lot of typos on this slide. It's because I made it yesterday evening at 11:30 in the train. So if you want to know the real name without the typo of the EDCH and not the ECCH, and if you want to have more information, please come to visit me at my poster. Thank you very much.
Merci, Pierre. Okay, so the next poster is entitled Target Group-Specific Approach of NFDI for Chem, Strategies to Increase Openness in the Chemistry Community.
So my question to you is, have you ever tried reading your colleague's handwriting? So it is a challenge for most chemists, as the majority of them are still recording the data and metadata in a handwritten lab notebook. And as a result, valuable research data remains inaccessible. And that is why NFDI for Chem is developing tools, standards, and services to support digitalization of chemical research. And our goal is to ensure that all chemists publish fair data. With our target group-specific approach, we consider the unique needs and influences of students, data producers like PhD students and postdocs, professors and PIs, as well as international stakeholders. And I would like to invite you to join us in making our vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next poster is entitled Beyond Institutional Boundaries, BioNT's Collaborative Model for Open Science Digital Skills Training.
Hi everyone, my name is Isabella and I am based at the European Molecular Biology Laboratory in Heidelberg, Germany. And I want to talk to you about one of the projects that we have, which is BioNT. You see the logo there. And the inspiration of this project is to have digital skills training for everyone, not only in academia, but for any kind of job seeker. In particular, we have been trying to reach out to SME employees, small and medium enterprises employees. And the foundation of this project has really been the strategic partnerships. And some of the partnerships I have listed there, which is the Galaxy Training Network, the Carpentries, Code Refinery, and Elixir, among others. And we have developed different interesting items, for example, the community events that we had last year. Also, we have diversity of training, format, and also languages. This is what we are developing at the moment to make sure that the training that we provide is not only available in English, but also in other languages. And, well, we are about to reach the end of our project, so we're really interested in connecting with other initiatives and other projects that might be able to learn from our lessons that we have learned very difficulty, but also we have had many wins. So if you are able to pass for a poster, this is the number. And yeah, see you there.
Thank you. So the next poster that will be presented is entitled The ETH Domain Data Management Campus, Co-Creating Open Research Data Skills Across Switzerland.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Montano, and I'm a training specialist. I work at the EPFL library, and I'm excited to be here with you to present you our poster. This is a project that we have been doing for more than a year, that it's called the Data Management Campus. It is a project that has been founded by the ETH board, and it has been developed thanks to the collaboration of ETH Zurich, EPFL, and also the 4 research institutes, which are EMPA, PSI, WSL, and EWEC. And our mission, we want to make research data management open, practical, and reusable for researchers, also students, and also any other staff that would like to use these resources. So far, we have published 5 e-learning modules that are self-paced, and each one of them are about 30 minutes. They are all open, and we are actually also going to publish very soon 5 more modules. And some of the topics, they include data publishing, metadata, backup strategies, and the FAIR principles. You can access them directly by scanning the QR code that you can find in our poster, and also through our open research data portal. Everything we create, it is open by design. All the modules, they are open educational resources, and they are under CC BY. So that means that they are free to use, that they can be adapted and also shared. They are published on 2 platforms that we have. One is called OpenLearnity, and then also we have a Zenodo community that we have created that welcomes and collects open resources on research data management. And it doesn't stop here. We are also continue to work with researchers. We have launched calls for contributions, and also in the last week we held an event in which we were co-creating material with researchers.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, please keep the time. It's just 1 minute pitch. The next one will be on shaping the future of research software quality, the EVERS network. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sanja. I'm the communications officer of the EVERS project, and I want you to ask yourself a question. Do you use software tools for your research? Or have you maybe even developed research software? If so, then our network is definitely for you. We want to build a virtual space where people from all kinds of sciences can connect together and talk about the quality and the maintenance of research software engineering, and to also keep on working on all the projects and the outputs we are working in the project. You can find my poster at the far end of the globe on the first floor, and I'm more than happy to chat with you about it.
Thank you. The next one will be Security means open science, an integrated self-assessment tool for responsible research data management.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I will start with an easy question. Have you ever heard of research security? Well, probably you all did after the earlier session, of course. But then I wanted to ask, have you ever wondered how open science and research security should somehow work together? Well, we, the data stewards at the University of Bologna, believe that open science and research security, which aims to protect research from misuse, should be integrated. And to achieve such integration, responsible research data management is fundamental. To see how, please come check out our poster. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is fostering open and fair educational resources in Danish university libraries.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Hazel. Even though it doesn't say so here, it will say so on the poster. Our project explores how Danish university libraries can support the development of fair and open educational resources. We investigated the suitability of the platform. It's a Nordic platform called Learning Lab for developing and publishing fair by design learning resources. Through a series of workshops focused on skills development with this fair by design approach, which is developed by IASC, we aim to foster a culture of sharing and reuse at the library and beyond, hopefully. On our poster, you will see key results, including insights from workshops, from struggles with copyright and Creative Commons, to the opportunities of building a truly open culture. So come by our poster, give your input to how fair are your resources. I don't know how hard a question that is. And get inspired on how to get started with fair by design.
Thank you. Next one is the double-edged sword of open science, empowering AI through ethical breaches within repositories.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vladimir. I'm coming from the University of Belgrade. We could hear today or this morning that we are living in the era of AI. So this is the story how we face the difficulty to manage and to see who is accessing our repositories. Is it the AI bots? Is it a crawl? Is it a human? So this is the story how we distinguish the true users and end users to provide them the access to our repository. We had certain difficulties that caused the end users couldn't access our data, so we developed the pattern matching program that is capable of detecting whether we are facing with the human interaction or the computer machines. I'm calling you to join me on the poster session after this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is SOSI, a new platform to broaden support to open science infrastructure.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maxence Larieux. I work at Grenoble-Alpes University in the French Alps, and I'm the project leader of SOSI. It's a new data platform that was launched last June, and is designed to make visible all the organizations that have supported open infrastructure. It's somehow like Open APC, but for support made for open infrastructure, like DOAB, Software Heritage, Dataverse, Zenodo, etc. The goal is to make support to open infrastructure the norm. You see how to go to the platform, and I look forward to seeing you at my poster.
Thank you. The next one is DTRE, towards trusted digital research workflows.
Yeah, that's mine. I'm Felix Bach. I'm the scientific coordinator of DTRE, which is Leibniz Science Campus on the digitalization of research. And we ask a simple but I think very important question, because we've heard about many digital tools today. What is the effect of the digitalization on research itself? And we look at this from several perspectives and through real cases. So one is legal support in sports sciences. They have sensitive data. We look at electronic lab notebooks in chemistry, AI in biomedical engineering, and also we look at publication cultures in the climate researches. And our aim is quite clear. We want to enhance reproducibility, transparency, and reusability of research outputs. But digitalization is not only about the tools, it's also changing the cultures, the norms, and trust in science, I would argue. And this is why we at DITRARE bring together technology, ethics, a legal perspective, and collaboration to shape the digitalization in a way that builds trust within science and with society. Thanks.
Perfect. Sorry. Okay. The next one is enhancing participants' recruitment and community engagement in citizen science, a training model for partner project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian Nielsen, and I'm here to report on, talk about a citizen science training module that we've developed in the European Patent Project. So in the Patent Project, we develop training resources across 8 different thematic areas, and citizen science is one of them. And what we really want to do with this module is to help researchers and research organizations focus on the needs and motivations of their volunteers and the communities that they work together with. And we do this through a focus on recruitment, trying to understand how volunteers are motivated to get into citizen science, engagement, how to keep up engagement, and how to develop the competences and the motivations that volunteers have when they engage in citizen science. And also sustainability, how do you create enough opportunities for volunteers to become really ambassadors and more integrated into the citizen science projects that they're engaged in. And we're in the final stages of developing this module, so if you have any inputs, we'd really like to hear them. Come by my poster, it's over there in the globe, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Next one. Treasure, an institutional pilot program to reward graduate students for reproducible, reusable, and open research practices and outputs.
Good afternoon. My name is Inês Almeida. I'm a researcher working in meta research. Would you like that research assessment to include a wider range of practices and outputs in line with open research? But where would you start at your institution? At the University of Coimbra, we are targeting the graduate students to build skills in the next generation of researchers. Students earn their degree by publishing a thesis focused on research articles, but they also produce other valuable outputs, such as protocols, materials, code, data. These are not recognized and may not be shared, preventing reproducibility and reusability. We want to change this. We have co-created an opt-in interdisciplinary program to train, support, and reward students who implement open research in their theses. They select from a wide list of practices and outputs the ones that best fit their project and field. Those who finish the program are awarded a badge. At the end, we will share an implementation guide with lessons learned. Meet us at our poster. Thank you.
Thank you, Inês. The next one is Root of Knowledge, Open Science in Costa Rican Territories, a perspective from distance higher education model.
Buenas tardes, I'm Carolina Seas from Costa Rica, Pura Vida. Routes of knowledge, it's important for me to start saying that distance education is not the same as virtual education. Our model is based on physical centers rooted in local communities, which allowed us to be there for people. So I made an example, a comparison with other countries in Europe. Costa Rica is so much smaller, but UNED has 41 academic centers, including one in a prison and another in an indigenous territory. Building on this network, we're introducing the principles of open science in diverse and underserved territories. We have been mapping local actors, identifying barriers and opportunities, and co-creating strategies. Right now, we're also designing an introductory open science toolkit for them to support the community-based training, because knowledge should not be only open, it should also be in every territory. Thanks.
Thank you. The next poster is Regulation and Editorial Policies on the Use of Artificial Intelligence and in Open Science Publishing. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexa Ramirez. I'm from Costa Rica. I work at Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica. I'm so excited to be here to present my poster. Well, my poster is about regulations and editorial guidelines on the use of artificial intelligence tools in open science publishing, based international policies from organizations such as UNESCO, Committee of Publication Ethics, World Association of Medical Editors, and others. The key findings are AI can be considered an author, use of AI must always be declared, transparency is essential, and humans remain fully responsible for all the process. Editors may use AI for support, but experts' judgment must stay human. In conclusion, clear rules for AI helps open science, but experts' judgment also has to be considered. You can use AI just for help in open science, but remain fair, safe, and useful for everyone. See you later if you have more questions of my poster. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for keeping the time. Okay. Unfortunately, for the last poster, the presenters are still on the plane. So I invite you to join also these people in the poster session. And I would also like to invite you to vote for all the posters that we will have in the QR code. You can vote for up to 3 posters. So the next session will be the demo. I would like to call the group A. Let's start from reproducible research to open science dissemination, a computing platform-centric approach.
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Meyer. I'm from the Allen Institute for Immunology in Seattle, Washington. When we founded the Allen Institute in 2019, we were we were faced with building a research platform that we needed to address 3 major issues. First, how do we build a research platform that supports large data generation of more than 1 petabyte annual, support complex computational analysis, make it easy for non-coders, immunologists to get insight into the data quickly. 2, how do we deal with the analysis reproducibility? How do we not contribute, but help solve the reproducibility crisis? And 3rd, how do we keep this all affordable? And so we'll build a platform that we think has addressed all the questions. And if you want to know exactly how that works and how the cycle of 4 steps actually really interconnect, come see me at my demo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one will be the Zenodo EPFL community, a pragmatic view of open research data and fair practices.
Great, I have a slide. I wasn't sure. Good evening, my name is Alain Borel. I work for the research data management team at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. And I'm going to demonstrate one workflow we have designed to support and promote fair practices among our researchers who use Zenodo without any strong open science framework. So we have set up a community on Zenodo, created a few very reasonable quality criteria and used a few free tools. And with that, we have created a service that researchers have really accepted, and I'm happy to show it to you if you come and meet me in the Globe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next demo is about a national federated science data platform for fair fundamental physics research at the large research infrastructures.
Yes, welcome everybody. So I will be presenting some results or parts of the infrastructure of Punch for NFDI, which is part of this larger German initiative. The consortia in the NFDI are from bottom up, so we are coming from the scientific community, mostly targeting our own scientific community, but we're open. The community I'm speaking about ranges from, well, is researching or investigating from the smallest to the largest scale that you can probably imagine, so fundamental particle physics and up to astrophysics. And one of our goals is to make FAIR easy, because we want to make fair research outcomes a reality, and researchers are lazy, in this respect at least. Yeah, I will be showing you, or I will be rerunning in the demo a particle physics analysis and showing you that it's really easy using the science data platform that we are developing. Even if you look on the left of the slide, you'll see that I'm an astrophysicist, I'm not a specialist, but it's really easy. And just for those who have been at the tours this morning, it's actually Atlas Open Data. So if you want to see the result of an analysis of this huge instrument you almost saw this morning, then come by the demo.
Thank you. The next one is Unlocking Open Science, a demonstration of the EOS-KU node in action.
Hi, thank you. No slide, but we have an amazing demo. So I'm Spiros Athanasiou from the EOS-KU node. I have the pleasure of being over here with our chief architect. The EOS Federation is alive. For a year now, we have a node. It's a privilege to be here with you. You're working on open science. We're working on the European Open Science Cloud. We'd like to show you how this first node of the Federation works, what kind of services it provides, some assumptions, some principles, pick your brain a little bit, and just let you know that right now we're working with other national nodes, thematic nodes across Europe to set up new nodes in this big federation. So we're interested in what you want to bring in, what kind of services you want to bring in, what else perhaps you'd like to see. So looking forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Next one is building and sustaining a community of computational biologists that amble through consulting, training, and infrastructure. So please try to join quickly so we can recuperate time. Oops.
Yep. Hi, I'm Lisanna, and one of my favorite topics when we speak about open science is probably the amount and the diversity of careers that open science opens and enables. And this is just a very biased example of what we do at EMBL, so the European Molecular Biology Laboratory. There, I lead a team that is offering support to researchers, so it's not a team of researchers, but of research supporters. And we do it through 4 pillars. The first one is consulting, so we start from real problems of researchers, putting them in contact with the network of experts that might solve their question. We do training on the topics that come up often on consulting, and we curate and maintain an infrastructure of tools that enable this training, but also enables general collaboration. And finally, all of this is meant to build a community around these topics and around research together. That's it. Thank you.
Next one, an interactive AI physicist demonstration for open science. Run.
Hi, my name is Matthias, coming from First Principles in Canada. Fundamental science is shaped by problems of increasing complexity, but progress has been slow and slowing down. And at the same time, AI is making progress very quickly, but it's not reasoning with the rigor that science needs. So to closing this gap needs a new kind of thinking. At First Principles, we build an AI physicist, which is a domain-specialized model for fundamental science that is able to generate and evaluate new hypotheses and collaborate with human physicists. Our aim is to enable AI to ask more ambitious questions and to explore more deeply. As a new kind of research organization, First Principles is deeply dedicated to these values at scale, guided by curiosity, built like a tech company, and dedicated to making new discoveries in a new way. So come check us out at the demo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, Argos in Action, a demo on challenging traditional data management plans with blueprints.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Kodopidi. I'm from Athena Research Center and I am the tester for quality assurance of Argos. In Argos, we believe that one DMP is not enough to capture all the activity research activities. So we give the possibility to add more than one template, creating your plans so you can describe your software, for example, that you have used to analyze your data, or the ethics based on the ethical committee to ensure the compliance about the local and European policies. And of course, to gain a better understanding about the activities, the actors, and the services that are included in the research project. Also, we make it easier to connect research data services to, data services to automate the content writing, publishing, and searching your plans. Also, we give you the opportunity to collaborate with your colleagues, but in addition with your different departments in your organization, such as the IT, the librarians, data stewards, and the office. So if you want to learn how to use Argos as a researcher or as a data steward or librarian, we'll be happy to see you in our demo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Matilda reinventing a bibliographic search platform at the edge of open science.
Okay, good evening to all of you. There's only 5 people separating you from food and beverages. Thank you for staying. So the movements for open science have a long focused on complex objects like articles, data, and software, and completely sidelined bibliographic search. Consequently, most academics, and probably most of you here in the room, still depend either on very costly, non-inclusive commercial tools like the Web of Science, or on closed data ones like Google Scholar to search and read relevant text. This is why Multidata was built on open data everywhere, shareable and exposable alerts and results, seamless exports to Zotero, access to legal open versions. As it is in production 24/7, you can go from text to offer to references to keywords to discover the freshest content at Madila.science without ever being traced. You only need 5 minutes to master it, and any feedbacks are very welcome. Or you can come and see the demo later tonight and ask questions and learn about our next developments to make full text search the new gold standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are completing this demo session. The next demo session will be presented tomorrow after the plenary, and we would like to welcome you to the welcome reception that will last till 8. So thank you for participating and have a nice aperitif. Sorry, there are some announcements.
And just that you know, we start tomorrow 9 sharp here, so and doors open at 8:30. So I would say enjoy your evening, but be here at 9 tomorrow morning.